Okay. I almost created a post. Okay. This Artemis 2 launch is pretty funny. Actually, it's pretty funny. I didn't know anything about it, but I did some research. Okay, I'm pretty hot on the mic today. That is true. That needs to be fixed. So I'm going to fix it real quick. How hot am I? How hot am I? Okay. This should be fine. Trying to talk at my regular level. Okay. That seems okay. I have a compressor at 16. Let's drop it to 15. That's fine. It sucks because always when I'm testing it, I have the thing where I always talk quietly for whatever reason, even though I'm supposed to be testing it. So is that anyway, that Artemis launch is kind of cool. I was watching the stream of it earlier, but yeah, that was kind of cool. There's something else I was going to talk about here. Oh yeah, we're at 720p again. So nobody told me, but last stream was actually fucking unwatchable, which sucks. But I mean, no one told me, so in all of my testing, the encoding worked fine, but I think in a long streaming session, it just eventually decided to stop working. So yeah, pretty much every time I was showing off what I was working on, in terms of actually, you know, showing the graphics, it was not working. So it was very, very choppy to the point of not being able to see anything. If anyone is interested in what it actually looks like, this is what it actually looks like. Hopefully the encoding works fine. But this is what it actually looks like, without the insane lag that you were seeing last time. Recording at 1080p is hard for me, so very hard for me, or I mean streaming. So yeah. Anyway, unfortunately we can't always get what we want, so 720p it is. I just like how it looks with 1080p a lot more, but there's not much I can do about it. So anyway, so as long as we have no frames skipped due to encoding lag, I think that's completely fine. Anyway, so I fixed the bug from yesterday, which made me feel very good because now we can stop working on that. That was basically 2 days in a row, just working on that one thing. It wasn't necessarily just one bug. There was a lot of interesting stuff, you know, intricate logic with the system the chunking system, and it took me a lot of work to figure it out, but here we are with the work, with it, you know, finally figured out. Something you may notice is that there are borders between This sample is an Elliott Smith sample once again. I believe so. Anyway, or maybe it's not. No, it isn't. It's just the same notes as the Dancing on the Highway sample. Anyway, anyway, so I was trying to find it. I think like this is it. This is a border. So the reason this is because we sample the normals from a grid, and it's per chunk, so it doesn't go across the borders. There are a couple ways of fixing this. We could go back to not sampling the grid and then just do the density function for each part, but I think that would make it very inefficient. There's a couple of ways that we could do it. We could detect if a point is on the edge, and if the points are on the edge, then we could simply do the density function itself, or we could stitch the normals after, which is what I've done in the past when it comes to chunked geometry things. Is I typically have a system where we spatial hash on both sides things that points that hit the border, and then we just simply iterate over them after and stitch them across. We basically just take two matching points on both sides, and then we average the normals together, and that's okay. It is quite painful to actually do that, though. I'm still a bit hot on the mic, aren't I? Hey, Cheese. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. I'm a bit hot on the mic, I guess, still. I saw myself peak, so I'm just gonna drop myself even further. Yeah. Hopefully that's fine. Maybe I also am hitting the mic. Hopefully I'm not. How am I doing? I'm alright. I fixed the main bug that we've been working on for a few days now. Now the chunking system has no popping in and out. The only popping that you see is what we're gonna work on next, which is making it so that each chunk is going to interpolate between LOD levels to make it more seamless, or to make it seamless, you know. So that's what we're gonna work on next. I have no clue how that's gonna work out, but hey Arya, nice to see you. And also we have to work on these normals. Also, the stitching over the borders. So we either have to stitch, or we simply do the density function itself on the borders. So I have to figure out which one I want to do. I don't really know the possible ramifications of doing either of them, but we're gonna have to figure it out. Anyway, so if you want to know how I fix the bug, we can take a look at it. Here is how we fix the bug. It happened like pretty much right after I stopped streaming last night. I like ate dinner, came back, and then I sat here, and then I figured it out like immediately. So here was the problem. This code is crazy. Right here is the problem. So I was not verifying if it was still a child when I was freeing the children. I could probably like, I wish I could draw out what I'm talking about here. That might actually be a good idea. Can we just can I Pac-Man fucking Krita, or is that a flat pack thing? I don't even have Krita on this thing. Yeah. Get all of it. I'm just gonna draw it out for anyone who sees the VOD. because there's really no way of understanding the chunking system without us actually drawing out how everything is linked together. It's kind of complicated. Oh my god, I love Linux. Oh, I love Linux. Okay, well, I'm not going to SYU right now, so we're not going to do that. We're just going to pretend like we can imagine things. I don't have anything else where I can draw, unfortunately, on this computer, which does definitely suck. Yeah, there's like no way for me to draw it out, I guess. Damn, that sucks. All right. Anyway, so Pinta? What is Pinta? What is Pinta? Is it like an app image or what? I don't have Pinta. Alright, I'm trying Pinta now. Okay, it is a flatpak. Okay, this is this is becoming a little bit of a... I could have also just gotten the flatpak for Krita and it probably would have been fine. Yeah. My font? Oh yeah. My font is kind of outdated. I don't know what this font is off the top of my head. I can check it for you if I can remember. It's in yeah, it's in the ghosty configuration. It is Adwaita Mono. This is the font that I use right now. Yeah. You can also go, if you want this list of fonts that I use, then you can go on my GitHub and get it. Anyway, we gotta type in the whole fucking thing. Yeah, no problem. Okay. There we go. We have Pinta. Okay. Immediately with the light mode, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Oh, we got a button here. Oh, that's not that. We gotta hit the window up. Okay, we gotta hit the... Okay, there's... Okay, there's no dark mode. Okay, that's fine. We don't need dark mode. It uses the GTK. Oh, okay, I'm not changing that. I don't really know how to change that from in here. Okay, so here's what it is. Here's what it is. We gotta stack. Okay. Here's what it is. So we have the music is stopped. It got nons. Okay, so here's what it is. We have... Holy shit. We have LOD 0. I'm not gonna type LOD out again. We have LOD 1, we have LOD 2, we have LOD 3. Okay, so at each of these we have slots. So at LOD 0 we have 8 slots, but for the purpose of this we'll just use 4. And then LOD 1 we have this many slots. We have double the slots. Now I'm not going to draw out every single one, but you can think of each level has double the slots of the last one. Okay, so that's how the system works. So now you may be saying, okay, so when we get some geometry, we check, let's say we wanted an LOD1, our new chunk, so we just look to see if any of these slots are free, and then we use it, right? But it's not that simple, because we want 2 LOD slots for each chunk. Each needs 2 LODs, one at the lower and one at the high, or one at the lower, and so each needs 2 to interpolate between for distance purposes, so that it doesn't pop in and out. So that's what the refactor was for. So this becomes a bit more complicated, because say we want it at LOD2, but there is only a slot at LOD2, but there isn't one at LOD3. It requires both, and so if we end up taking up this slot and then we don't have a slot here, then our entire chain breaks. So here's how the chain works. The chain works like this. Each LOD parent owns a slot in the lower LOD, guaranteed. Guaranteed. It starts off with all of these chains going downward. So it's actually the opposite way, right? But that doesn't matter. It's actually the opposite way in that this is actually over here. So it gets the last 4 slots in each LOD, but it's the same idea. So what happens is when we want a new LOD0, then we just inherit what it was before. However, there are a lot of tricks here that end up problematic, right? So you have all of these over here, which are now parented down to here, but we also have these here, which are children of these, but also are technically parents of these, even though, as we said previously, this would be one chunk, and then this would be another chunk. However, these are still linked, right? So what we end up having to do is only searching for parents and only using parents. So in this case, it would only be these 2 that we're searching, and therefore this link just stays here just so that we know how to traverse the tree. Okay, now there are still a few, very tricky things here, and one of them is that now we can go back to the code and talk about it, right? So basically the tricky part here is that we're not always going to just want to replace one, right? Let's say something that was at LOD1 now goes to that was at LOD0 goes to LOD1 distance, right? So what you want to be able to do, right, is turn this one into a parent, get rid of this, and then this one becomes the child, and now you have this. The tricky thing is what happens to this child, but more importantly, what happens to this parent, right? Let's say we want to free this parent. However, now this link still exists between these, and now it needs another child. So when we reallocate this parent, now it needs a new child, right? And obviously this is taken because of this. So there are a lot of issues with the parent, because once we scooch this down, all of the sudden things become a lot more complicated. A similar problem happens when we want to scooch this up. When we scooch this up, we have the exact same structure, and now this parent is invalidated. So there's a few ways that we deal with it. Mainly the thing is we only want to free children. Parents we replace. So this is what I failed to do earlier. We want to validate if each child that we are touching is still a child. That's the trick. Because if this is no longer a child, then we don't want to touch it. So let's say this goes down to here, and now we have this again, right? We want to free this. But what if this is now a parent with the below, with this, right? So you have to make sure that it's a child. Similarly with here, right? You don't want to touch this, unless it's a child, right? So yeah, that was the problem that I figured out last night. This was like the final bug with it, was that we had to validate that we're only touching children, and we have to make sure that we never touch ID 0, because ID 0 is the link downwards, right? So ID 0 is what links all of these downwards, and the only tricky part is that that was the part that was confusing me, because we change ID 0 here. So this actually breaks the chain. However, it's guaranteed that K is fine because we free the other child. We can think of it like us, in this case, we are scooching down. The LOD is greater than the replacement LOD, right? So we are going downwards, so we end up doing this, right? But we find a different K. Or no, this is our K, so we find this one, and so so actually we find this, right? And this was this was the child from before. This was the parent. Or maybe I'm confusing myself even now. This is confusing to even think about, to be honest. But if our LOD ends up greater than the replacement LOD, then that means we're going down one, but we already had this here, right? So we go down here, and we actually want one here, and so we have to kill this child, and so we have to make sure that that's a child, and then we end up with this. But yeah, not very simple whatsoever. Anyway, that was the chunking system, and so that's how it works, is we have all of these links down, and we only break them sometimes, but if we break them, then this child gets reallocated, and then it eventually fixes itself. Anyway, thanks for telling me about pizza, though. That's cool. That is cool. Anyway, I think it's time to just like fork this file, and then I'm just gonna fork the file, and then we're just going to pretend like none of this ever happened. So I'm just going to straight up delete like half of the all of the commented out code, and then we can move on with our lives. Because there's just a lot of nonsense in here that we don't need anymore. Okay. Anyway, the chunking system works fine now, so the tricky part is I have no clue if it's gonna work well with what it was actually supposed to do. So now, just because we have it set up properly doesn't mean that we haven't actually wrote the code that interpolates between the two meshes yet. So that's what we're kind of waiting to see if that even works, but technically the chains should be correct, theoretically. But yeah, it is kind of worrisome, not gonna lie, but we are going to test it out now. Theoretically, every parent should have a child with the lower LOD of its own mesh, guaranteed now, based on the testing that I've done. But that's based on the testing, and we haven't really put it into practice yet, so God, me drawing that out made me made me feel even more confused on the whole thing, to be honest. Like, it is kind of incredibly complicated. Believe it or not, it kind of has to be that complicated because of just, you know, how it works, but it's just, or maybe it doesn't and I just made it complicated because I couldn't figure out the proper way to do it, but whatever. Okay, moving forward, we need to interpolate between the two meshes. Here's what I want to do. The true test of this is going to actually be, what if we only draw children? Let's just draw the children and then see if it matches up. That's what I'm going to do. So in here, we want to only draw children. So let's just do or not as child and then see what this is like. Yeah, I haven't had anyone ask for the font in a long time. Probably because my font isn't cool anymore. But that's fine. Oh well, that's embarrassing. I wasn't even looking at the screen. My bad. Not dustmite, still not using a make file. What the hell? Okay, so that's not fantastic, not gonna lie. It's actually not as bad as I thought. It's pretty much all here except for some things. So some children are getting freed when they shouldn't be. It's better than I thought though. Why do I use C and not C++? I don't know. I don't really find much use for most of the features of C++. I mean, operator overloading is nice, but in my projects, I don't really like to follow object-oriented paradigms at all. I think that honestly they cause code structure to become really, I don't know, uninspired, to be honest. But yeah, I think C++ is cool if you use it. Like, I don't really have anything against it. I just prefer the simplicity of C. But yeah, I mean, all the stuff I hated about object-oriented programming when I learned it in school, you know, C doesn't have any of it, so that's what I like about it. Yeah, it seems like, to be honest, for the most part, it's all right. There just are some chunks that just don't get handled right away. Yeah, some of them just white space, like there. It's white space right there. Like white space right there. So we have to still work on it. We should really be drawing both the children and the parents, but it is kind of hard to do so. I'm thinking like maybe we can change the color if it's if it's a child or not, and then that might be easy for us to debug. So let's just do a, let's just send in a uniform, just one, to the yeah, I can't type today, my bad. Let's call it, I don't know. Okay. Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing? So if you type, that means that if it is a child, we want it to be, let's just make it red. And then let's just make the parents just green, and that's fine. Also, I don't think you can do the V color like this. I think that this maybe breaks it. I can't really remember, but also they don't let you check this like this because GLSL sucks. Just kidding, kind of. You're sick? That sucks. That sucks. That's why I don't go outside, so I never get sick. I mean, I'm serious. I haven't been sick in like 3 years. Every time I go to the doctor's office, I just do all the fucking hand sanitizer. Yeah, I feel like this actually isn't gonna like like help us out here, because it's kind of like dependent on the, okay, so over here we have nothing. All right. Oh, we're gonna have some fun today. Sunlight? Oh, for me? I'm a vampire? Duh. Okay, so this is gonna be kind of painful, I think. This has to be a child, I think. Old ID 0 has to be a child. Oh, it's gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be really, really fun. This is gonna be so much fun. Is there a chance that ID 0 is this? Oh, but if it's the same as K, then we would automatically change it. Oh, but then we set it to free. Oh, okay, hold on. We gotta set this to free afterwards. We have to set this to free afterwards because we might free it somehow in here. It might touch it again. Somehow this C might actually refer back to our K, and we might free it. No wonder you're so depressed. Okay. I'm not depressed because of a lack of sunlight, my friend. I'm not. No. I was depressed way before this. Way before this. Yeah. I've, diagnosed bipolar, so it's not for a lack of sunlight. I spent many years walking around all the time, so it's got nothing to do with it now, to be honest. Anyway, yeah. I mean, maybe that just fixes it. We should just compile. I mean, it makes sense to defer this down to here because you never want this to obviously be free. Never. The fact is we might actually free it up here, Also don't consider myself very depressed, to be honest. I just, just am fairly annoyed with the world, that's all. And I think I got good reason for it. It seems like the further we move in the beginning, then the better it gets, but yeah, the children get deleted for this mesh. It seems to happen when you turn around. Oh, you know what? That kind of makes sense. See, that didn't make sense. Yeah, it seems better since we changed that. But that just got freed. We have to get it exactly perfect, because if it's not perfect, then it's going to look very strange when we start doing the interpolation. It has to always, a child always has to exist. We might have to do some debug printouts for all of the children. Yeah. It's actually happening fairly rarely. So that over there obviously is problematic. I wonder if we are allocating the same child twice. So we search for K, it's a parent. We use it as a child. How do I fix the floating boulders? What do you mean floating boulders? That was never a problem. I fixed the blinking geometry by validating children in the chain here in the map. That was never, the floating boulders were never a problem. It's a generated, like a generative map in real time. So if the noise is volatile and harsh like it is right now, then there'll just be like floating geometry. I haven't really tried to fix it yet, to be honest. It's not necessarily a glitch at all. That's just how the noise function works. This old ID 0 might be something else. Yeah, the old ID 0 might get taken by something, and then the old parent is left hanging. Yeah, I don't know how to handle that, to be honest. We can validate if it's a child still. And if it's not, then what though? Then we have to find a child. We could kind of prove this, but by just skipping this, if old ID 0 is what is old ID 0? That's literally just ID 0, so if it isn't a child, then continue, I guess. Maybe that will save the chain, but it still is skipping a job, so that's not really a final solution for this. We have to find a way to... We might have to literally find another child. Yeah, this didn't solve it. All those don't have children. Yeah, it seems worse now. Way worse. Oh, oh no, this is supposed to be that. Yeah. Fuck. Fix one bug and another one takes its place. It's close, but I assume that the issue is going to be more complicated than this. It's probably going to be pretty complicated to solve, I think. The child must get freed by something else. So it must point to this child. ID 0 has to point to something else's child, or the replacement LOD ID 0 points to a child. We could try the already emitted array again. Try already emitted LOD and K. And already emitted for the replacement LOD as well. And then we just check if something is already emitted, and if it is already emitted during the frame, then we just don't clear it here. That's what I'm going to check here. Okay, so that's what I'm going to add to pretty much all of the if statements, and then see if this works. I just have a feeling that this might work, but it also might break something, because now we are not clearing children if in some cases. Also, this has to be the LOD plus 1. Okay. So it's fine for things actually in the distance to not have children. Actually, that might be what it is. It might only be LOD3 that doesn't have children. Actually, let's test that. So let's just go LOD max minus 1. Also, it seems like okay, so that is LOD2 then. Yeah, so that should have children. Yeah. Okay, so never mind, I was wrong. Oh wait, but then this wouldn't be showing the children. Oh, okay, so then we just do or L is 3 and L is 4? No, it's L is 3 and anyway, I saw this movie Triangle last night, dude. And I saw it like when I was younger too. Now I saw it again. Dude, good movie. Actually, pretty underrated movie. It's pretty cool. It's like a time loop sort of thing. Kind of like time travel-y sort of thing. Horror movie. I don't really know if I would consider it horror per se, but it's a different sort of horror. I didn't really catch certain things in it when I was like younger. It is very much a character based thing, you know. Anyway, this is proving that this isn't still not working. Am I growing my hair and my beard out? Not my hair. I've just been too lazy to cut it, to be honest. Like, I'm gonna cut it soon. But, yeah. I don't like it when it gets like this. I just feel better with it, like, buzz cut. But my beard, yeah, I mean, I haven't really cut my beard to any like short length in like at least a year and a half or something like that. But yeah, I don't really plan on it. I have like beard oils and creams and shit that I put in it. I usually trim it, but I've been kind of lazy lately. Not like trimming it, but like, you know, just like shaping it or whatever. But I've been kind of lazy lately, I guess. But, you know, I don't think like it's not like a plan, like I'm like trying to do it or anything. It's just kind of how I like prefer to look, I guess, nowadays. But I used to have long hair. I used to have it like down to here. People used to call me John Lennon and stuff. But now I like to have short hair and I'd rather have a beard. Yeah, so it appears actually to only happen to things that haven't gone up and down in LOD. So I'm like, this is super suspicious, to be honest, this. Yeah, it's weird that I have my chat on the wrong side today. I just realized that. Do I changed these from is child. So technically it's possible to, so if I do assert here, let's just assert something because this has to be true. So it either has to be the chunk underneath it has to either be free or Or it has to be a child. I suspect that that's not going to come back correctly, but I don't really know a way around that. Like, we would have to search for a child that is free, or else don't omit that chunk in that spot. Okay, so the assertion failed. It's also interesting that when we load in, we don't get... Oh. Hold on a second. We need to also generate a mesh for this. We don't actually generate a mesh for this. That's important. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Oh, shit. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, we don't generate a mesh for that. Okay. Okay, got it. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I would love to figure out how to make OpenGL work in Lutris. This game I love, but use OpenGL 4.6. Interesting. What game is it? And what do you mean by, like, does it just not work with Proton? Or, like, is there, like, a specific error that comes up or something? Because I feel like that, like, regardless of if it's OpenGL or Vulkan or whatever, it should have a compatibility layer for it. I feel like that has to be the case. I feel like, I don't know. Thank global. Yeah, I will not use Vulkan at all. Interesting. I wonder if there's something else going on there, because I feel like there has to be some... There has to be some compatibility thing for it. I feel like it has to be. It makes sense. Maybe there's something else going on there. I have no clue. I'd have to take a look. Yeah, in my case, most things have worked with Lutris, but then again, I don't really play that many games, so it's a very old game revised as an MMO. I see. Interesting. Have you tried it in a VM for Windows, or is there no patch for it, or what? This actually appears to be working. There are, like, chunks in far away places that are problematic, but other than that, it seems completely fine. The interesting thing is that when we spawn in, the chunks don't have children underneath them, and that's like the only time. And I don't understand why that would be the case. I would assume that we're touching the... Oh, we don't put this in already emitted. That's probably the case. That we didn't check. We didn't do that. What's the end goal with this project? It looks very cool so far. Thanks, Aria. I don't really, you know me, I don't really have an end goal with anything I do. It started off as doing like the end body thing. I don't know if you saw that with like all the gravity stuff with all the planets. And then I just wanted to like make something so you could walk around the planets. just like so I guess the idea is like maybe you can just like go around planets and then they're generated with like different textures and the terrain is different. Like since basically the terrain is all generated in real time, so the cool part about that is that once I make a UI, you'll be able to actually like change the amplitude of each of the noise layers and the frequency and stuff. And so I guess the idea is like just have like you're just able to like explore planets and stuff. I also thought like once I added the water, I was like fishing might be cool, like just like serene sort of simulation fishing. I don't really know if it's necessarily like a game. I just kind of want to like you to be able to just like chill out in like wacky worlds or whatever. I think that's kind of the goal with it right now, but obviously long way. I think like I want to make a pipeline for like to be able to like do different textures and stuff. It's like the next goal. It's mainly working. There's just some edge cases with it. It plans on adding atmosphere rendering. Yeah, I've heard a bit about it, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to swing it on this computer. And there goes my computer again. But yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to swing it on this computer. It is kind of hard already. But yeah, from what I know, it's really computationally heavy, and I did some testing around with it, but yeah, it's the same reason I can't do a lot of bodies, but I'll attempt it for sure. But if you want to send me any of that papers, are pretty much only lookup tables. Okay. Yeah, if you want to send me any of that stuff, then I'll take a look at it. I did briefly like look it up, but I don't really know what it entails per se, if it's like FFTs or what, but yeah, so this still isn't actually working for the children when we spawn in. Oh, also important here, this doesn't need to get emitted. Or no, this does need to get emitted. No, yeah, that does need to get emitted every time, yeah. Yeah, I thought that this would definitely be it. Yeah, I guess I could log it. I'm just trying to figure out what I'm gonna log here to figure this out. I know that when we spawn in, it's all of the LODs at LOD 0, so we could just print those out, but okay, so let's do that. So let's do this here. Let's just print out all of the stuff that it has to be hard replacing. So let's just Oh shit, this doesn't even work. That doesn't even work. If job replacement LOD doesn't equal LOL. Oh no, that makes sense. That is complicated to think through, but yeah, that does make sense. Because the replacement LOD needs to equal L, yeah. That makes sense. Okay, so then let's just, I was trying to figure out where I'm gonna print this out, but I think just like at the top, just L equals 0, just print out all of that. This we don't really care about anymore. We could also technically add children to the thing and then replace children as well. I just thought that would end up being overly complicated and messy, but the fact that we do this is child equals true here and then set this to a child, no, I think I'm thinking about it too hard. You just kind of want this to be you need this to be a child, a valid child, I think. But I have no clue how to do that. Other than search for a child after. And if it's not a replacement LOD, then we have to find a valid child and a valid parent during the search. For LOD plus 1. That might have to be what we do. Instead of using the old ID 0 here. Yeah, might have to do that. Because you don't want to just free the parent. You could technically go to the ID 1 and then free the parent. I just feel like that is probably like immediately going to break everything. Like if we find, let's just try it out before we implement this other thing. So let's just do a pc.id0 if dot is child. If it isn't a child, then we free it. Equals free? No, equals true. I'm sorry. This is also not LOD plus 1 because now it's the parent. Okay, let's try this out before I start actually doing some other debugging stuff. but I'm gonna have to print out everything probably based on the issue that I'm seeing. Yeah, it seems like everything that gets spawned at LOD 0 at the beginning just doesn't have a child, which isn't like the biggest problem in the world, but yeah, it seems like when we spawn completely new chunks, they don't have children. And that one, yeah. I think the key might be the LOD stuff, the LOD 0 at the beginning. So I'm just gonna comment that out because I'm not really certain about it. And let's just look at the actually, so let's just print out when we are allocating a child when we are doing the replacement child. Let's just do how am I going to okay, not the cleanest thing, but it works for me. And then okay, so let's just dump the child. Dump the child. Anyway, spoilers for the movie Triangle ahead, but the main girl ends up being like, the whole movie she's like talking about how she has to get back to her son or something, and she's like made out to be like this great mother, and so you think like, you know, but so the whole movie they're like running away from like these villains and stuff, and it turns out that it's her, right? But you think that that's going to be the plot twist, but then the real plot twist is that she's actually just like an abusive mom to her autistic child. And that's like the real big the big plot twist of the whole thing. That's the big plot twist. So that like she ends up getting home to her kid, and then because it's a time loop, she's like watching herself hit her kid. And I didn't really like, I guess I didn't like catch that kind of character thing when I was younger, but now I totally got the whole point of the movie is that she's in hell because of how she mistreats her kid. So this is the LOD 0 chunks. And we didn't see the emission because I was too busy talking about triangle and I didn't press the escape button fast enough. So that one's on me. That one's on me. Okay. So the child is 0, 25, -1. -1 ID1. But we're about to fill it up. I printed it before we actually do the thing. Ah shit. But the mesh right after kind of tells us what's going on, so okay, yeah, I should have. I should. I need one more frame. Unfortunately, I need one more frame. I need one more frame. To get the information I need. Okay. So okay, yeah, this is kind of this is kind of ridiculous, to be honest. Do I really need all of this debug? Probably not. You're probably right. I probably don't. Okay, here it is though. Here it is. Maybe it's not. No, yeah, here it is. So it is. Yeah, so we didn't do that again, but it's fine. So we create all of them. We create 58 in total. And the LOD levels is 0. So we create 8 at level 0, which is the amount of slots that we have at 0. So, and then we create all the way down to here. 64. And now let's look at 0. So we have 8 meshes still here. They have -1 ID1, but then 23 is their... Yeah, so they have the perfect ID zeros still. But I'm guessing that we end up replacing them right after. No, we don't replace anything at level 1. We don't touch anything at level 1. That's very strange. That is very strange. I assumed that they would be replaced, but they aren't being replaced. They're on the free list here. Zero, 3, 5, 15, 17. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. They are not on the free list. This goes up to 31. So 24 to 31. They get different indices the next frame. Oh, shit. Oh no, these that's the child ID zeros. So actually, so this is... Wait, no. Oh, no, it is. It is. That's the child ID zeros. But it is at... Oh, we don't have the index for these, actually. But we're assuming that they go up to 23, because it's 24 in one, so that makes sense. But regardless, they're not on the free list, because they're all children. So they do exist. They do exist. and they never get overwritten. They're never on the free list, which is what's supposed to be happening. Oh, they do get on the free list here. They get freed. How do they get freed? They get freed there. They end up getting freed here. They aren't freed, aren't freed, aren't freed. And then they get freed here. 2 of them get freed. And then these are rightfully at the bottom. $19 and $22 at layer 1. We don't iterate them here. What else would touch that? 19 and 22 at level 1. Shit. Something is freeing those. Huh. Okay. We have to do this down here, of course, but also I doesn't actually tell us anything. This should be old ID 0 to tell us what is happening there. I'm assuming it gets freed somehow. So, okay, so where would we free this? Where would we free this? So if we're going up in LOD, as in getting less detail, we would we are doing, if the LOD 1C, which is this ID 0, of what we are replacing. So we would have to be replacing 0, replacing something on LOD 0, making it go down in LOD. I doubt that that's happening, but let's take a look, I suppose, when we are creating new chunks. I don't see it. No, it's here. Is this the one where it gets freed? Yeah. Okay, so it's inside of here. We do create these 2 new chunks at level 0. But these are going up to 0. So it replaces these 6 and 3. Yeah, it replaces 6 and 3. And then that has to free 19 and 22, which are respectively 6 and 3. So that's actually true. That's actually fine. That is 100% what's supposed to happen. But then these never get taken. Maybe we do need to search for children here. If this isn't a child, then we need to search for a child. Before we do this and kill this K. Okay, I guess let's do it. Let's search for children as well, because yeah, that's gonna complicate things though. That is gonna complicate things. How is it, dustmite? I'm alright. I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do here. I just want this to be over, to be honest. This is like really... Trying to figure this out is kind of... I don't know, putting a damper on everything. I kind of want to code something else at this point. I've been stuck on this for so long. It's not necessarily like figuring out a bug. It's like my logic needs to be completely airtight for this. And it's not trivial, I guess. We free these children, and that's absolutely correct, but we need to somehow reallocate them, because we can't just have parents, right? Because a parent is going to find these children and then take it. So we have to also search for valid children, I think. And so we could literally have a different... Or... No, no. Okay, so if... Okay. Okay, so say we find one here. We don't want to break out. Instead, so if... If job data j dot replacement index isn't is -1, then we are doing a brand new chunk, and in that case we want to find a child. So if chunk data LOD k, or let's just do freeze k dot index. Why is unexpected identifier? What is the problem? Why is k not scoped? Like what? Why is it what? What did I do here? Oh, it was just mad at me because of that, I guess. But why doesn't it let me freeze K? Why does it not? Why is that not a... What, like, am I stupid, or like, am I... I mean, like, I feel like I'm going insane here. How is that scoped? Oh, the K is scoped. Shh. Don't talk about it. Let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. I was like, what? It's freeze F. Okay, got it. Okay, so if this is, if the freeze index, so we get the old ID 0. That's important. That's important for the whole operation to get the old ID 0. Okay, for the child. And now we do the whole if LOD plus 1 is less than LOD max. Then we go inside of here and then nested loop it, nested fucking if statement this shit, and then just do LOD plus 1 old ID 0. So if it is a child or it's free, then we take this child. Otherwise we have to search for one. Also we have to search the freeze for. Okay. Else we have to search for the child. It's a normal job, just with one course or two. You get it? What do you mean? What do you mean by that, my friend? What do you mean? This is a comment I wrote before the one you read, so I took out of context. Oh, did I not see it? I don't see the other thing. Oh shit. Oh, it got taken off of my chat. It was not in top chat. It was only in live chat. I see a video of Joe Matek. It's a cooking vlog. He was with two girls that were cook. Oh, it got you because you wrote cocking instead of cooking. And in my head, I was like, dude, this is everything but programming. I feel like the content makes people think. It's an oral job. Just see if, yeah. Yeah, those tech videos are so interesting. It's like day in the life. Me at my tech job. It's like, I don't know. Hey, what's up, virtually? I had like an internship a long time ago in New York at a art firm. Not like an art firm. It was like a creative design firm. And it was like the most bullshit thing, right? Their whole thing was that they basically took in like brands, right? And they would, do creative like think tank sort of like, things for like themes and like branding sort of shit. Anyway, it was like that. Like it was genuinely like they had a kitchen there with like snacks all the time, with the refrigerators full of drinks and stuff. Like that's how it was. So it was like one of those places, and those places really exist, not just in tech. So been there. It's awful. So it's pretty soul sucking, to be honest, the fact that people consider that work, I guess. I don't know. Anyway. Pretty soul sucky, yeah. We also have to get this off of the free list, though. That is true. We have to get this off of the free list. Well, in this case, why don't we just like search for one then? Yeah, maybe we just let children onto the free list then. And then request from the free list a type, I guess. Because some we need both a child and a parent. And some we just need a child, actually. But I guess if they're free, then it doesn't matter, though. If they're free, it doesn't matter. The thing is that this might need to be on the list, so we might have to just like loop through it and then check anyway, which is kind of disgusting, but yeah, it might be necessary actually. Yeah, this is becoming pretty nested loopy, nested iffy, but the clean code kids are hating me right now. Okay. So you hate to see it, but I mean, we did it. It's just not, it's not like the greatest, you know, it's not like the greatest code I've ever written, but it does a thing. So now we get our child here. So old ID 0 is not old ID 0 anymore. We can fucking get rid of that from wherever it is. Now, instead of old ID 0, we use CF. I also noticed that my music was very low last time, so I'm just gonna bump it up a bit. Okay. Now we shouldn't have to assert anything. CF. Okay, as always. Freeze F index. This is complex code. You hate to see it. It is very complex code. I think I'm ready to send this to the bank, you know. Also, if it doesn't find one, then what happens? Okay, so let's not set this to not active unless it has that. So if found K at the end, then we want to make it inactive, because we don't want it to get allocated and then take away from the free list if that's the case. So maybe this doesn't have an else. Because we already break out here. Yeah, we only go found K equals false here. So okay, I'm ready to send it. How about you? Ah, shit. Okay. CF greater than or equal to 0 failed. Oh. Okay. Okay. So. No, you don't want to do this here. You just want to do it after. Okay, I fix it. Bruh. Bro. Bruh. Okay, so. Shit. Dude. Why is the free list not freeing? Why is. What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Fuck. Oh. Oh. There we go. Basically, the ones that were supposed to be raw replacing chunks are the only ones that need a child. If it's just updating one, then it is just, you know. Okay, so far so good. Okay. Okay, so I still rarely see things without children, but it is in the distance. So if you're just tuning in now, basically green is parent, red is child, and we're making sure that most of the time parents have children meshes. It seems to be alright. There's that one in the distance that's pretty interesting. Yeah, there's a couple of children in the distance that that don't get cleaned up. which is not good. I'm just gonna guess that, yeah, those ones in the distance are pretty annoying, I guess. That's the word I would use. It definitely seems better, but so if we're going greater than, then the replacement LOD already has us as the child is what we're assuming. We're just setting it. Hold on, I think if this is wrong, because this gives us the parent. This is the parent, so we really need ID 0. We really need this. Huh. So we have we want to go there. Oh, this is wrong. Because this gives us the top parent. So really this, we want to be under this. We want a child under this. Because this is the parent. Oh. See, going upwards is easy. So then we cut off the children and then just move up. But this is not so easy. Because in this case we want a K to be actually 2 LODs past this. Otherwise we just make the child the parent. Huh. Okay. So we need a special case for this. LOD is greater than. No, we'll just find the child. Just find it at +1 LOD. And then that'll be the K. And therefore we will free this parent and then give the child. So we have to free the parent. So this actually goes up here and we just free the parent instead. Maybe we check. It should be guaranteed to be the parent. Yeah. Okay, so let's just do this. Fuck off. Okay, so that's fine. And now C is what we do down here to replace everything with. Okay, so K in this case Okay. So if we do this check and the LOD is greater than max, then we skip it. That's fine. Now we need to handle the case down here though, which is kind of complicated. Yeah, so this just makes this with a mesh already. This should already be done, so we don't have to do this. All we have to do is if k doesn't equal -1, then we do this. We have to move this actually into everything, because there's obviously a chance that all of it ends up k is -1 now. So there's also that, which sucks because now there's a lot more code, but it is actually kind of necessary. Okay, so we take the child, we turn it into the parent, and then we also do this. And now just down here we do if k doesn't equal -1, then we do the create new planet mesh. Alright, I'm not gonna really know if this is gonna work until I test it, because it's very, very, very complicated. Oh man, another day of this shit. Jesus Christ. I think any like sane person would stop. So if LOD is equals, oh yeah, that's true, and now LOD is actually 2 past the replacement LOD, so that assertion is going to fail on purpose. So basically, I'll draw it out in a second what we're doing here, but very, very complicated for sure. Okay, how are we feeling now? How are we feeling now? We feel pretty good. It feels like all of the that didn't get it might have been LOD3 though, so that may have just been the case. Oh, some children are dying. Oh, and we just had some glitching in and out. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. I fix something and then something else breaks. Ugh. Now the logic is getting so hard to debug. Maybe we don't do these checks. Maybe we just free this regardless. Oh fuck, this is supposed to be that. That is supposed to be that indeed. That definitely is logically consistent, what I'm doing there, but I guess there's a chance that this somehow isn't a valid child, but then that would mean that the whole thing is fucked up. Yeah, I'm probably over freeing something, I guess. Let's try freeing that unconditionally. Yeah, it's hard with stuff like this. It's really hard to debug it at all. It's like, what even do you print out to figure it out, you know? Yeah, it did it again. It's doing it again. It's doing it again. Oh, we can't do that anymore. We can't do that anymore. Oh shit. Fuck, we can't do that anymore, but if I comment that out, it's gonna break it. It's gonna break it because then we're going to have things that are more than one LOD apart. Which could technically be possible, but it would break a lot of assumptions here, obviously. Break a lot of assumptions. Suppose you could have a chunk has 2 different levels on it, but like in terms of just indices, but that would be incredibly hard to maintain. Incredibly hard to maintain. So I think I'll just create an edge case here where we say if if the LOD is greater than placement LOD plus 1, wait, shit. Oh no, it'll break out. It just won't end the thing. That reminds me of the whole cooking cocking things. Reminds me of that video with that the Asian English teacher or whatever. She's like with the cock or whatever, the coke. It's funny. Very funny. Alright, this is broken. Yeah. Yeah. Children are dying. Just doing some asserts. Maybe I was supposed to do this. Oh man. I think it did it just then. Hold on. Ah, fuck. Now it did it again. Yeah. Sometimes children are getting killed. I don't know if it's an LOD level thing. It's a problem with it being level 3 or what. Because it never happens to things that are that close. Or with that much detail. Alright, that one's pretty close. Yeah, that one was pretty close. I guess it's that we're emitting this conditionally, and so this might not have a child if this doesn't find it. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. So it does need to skip it. It does need to skip it. It does need to skip it completely. Another day at it. Yeah, exactly. What's up? I'm doing alright. It's fixed a lot of bugs, but yeah, I fixed the main bug from yesterday. But now the trick is we're trying to make sure that both the red here is children meshes and the green is parent meshes. And so we need to make sure that there is red everywhere that there is green. And sometimes there is, yeah, red disappears. So that's the goal here. There's no more flashing or anything like that. It's just the it's just that sometimes red starts popping out. So we need, for the system that we're doing for interpolating meshes, we need red to be everywhere there is green all the time. So the lag from yesterday had nothing to do with this. It was my encoder from doing 1080p. So no one really told me that the stream looked really bad yesterday, but yeah, that was just the fact that I tried to stream at 1080p on this old piece of shit. During the testing that I did, it looked fine, but yeah, I looked back at the stream and yeah, it was unwatchable. So that was really a bummer to find out. I was pretty upset about it, but whatever. It that sucks. But yeah, I mean, it has nothing to do with my application. My application always runs 60 FPS, but I stream off of a second computer with a capture card, so the setup makes it look kind of janky sometimes. But there's nothing I can really do about it. But yeah. Yeah, all of this logic is very complicated for this now. All of it is very complicated now. The red is disappearing. The red is disappearing. And we do check already admitted on all of this. I do wonder if it's some of this freeing stuff. I might just like try and comment out all of this and then see if it does anything. Like, that might be a good next step. It's like this stuff, technically it makes sense, but Yeah, you probably don't want to free this. Although it kind of makes sense. You need to make sure that this is a child and this isn't a child. So we can go. Let's just assert this. Yeah, just the exact same thing. Yeah, so we need to make sure that it isn't a child, because it needs to be the parent of this 100% of the time. I also wonder if this already admitted stuff is causing some problems. It technically shouldn't, but already emitted basically is our way of saying that we have put something in this spot during the frame. So that's all that is. I don't think it's on, I don't think it has anything to do with this actually, because it seems to be, the red seems to only disappear when changing LOD levels, pretty much. Which means that on changing LOD levels, we sometimes free a child of probably another one. That's probably what's happening, but it's kind of hard to know. Yeah, so that just happened there. So let's just try not freeing this specifically. Although it doesn't necessarily make sense to not free them. I guess this ID 0 might point to something that is someone else's child. That's the key problem, I think. If somehow they end up with the same ID 0. Yeah, there's not much I can do about that, other than try and fix it. That's definitely what's happening, actually, because we assign ID 0s, but then we don't clear the other one. And so okay, so then we do ID 1. We do ID 1s. So we make sure when we're freeing this child that this child ID 1 actually points to K. So let's just do that and try that out. Because this should make sense. The ID 1 should point to the parent in this case. So let's assert that on every single level of when we're clearing children. Let us always assert that that ID 1 points to the current parent. So in this case we're actually freeing the parent. In this case, we're actually freeing the parent. Right. So this should never be a problem. If we're freeing the parent, this should never be the problem. if anything, we should be checking the parent that the child points to. If I check the parent that the child points to, and they share the same ID 0 and ID 1, then we free that. Okay, then let's try that. So let's take a look here at what is inside of this. Okay, Felix, you gotta like fucking do better than that. So let's take ID 1. This was the parent. This was the parent. So we need to take the ID 0 actually. So we take the ID 0, follow it down to the child, or actually we already have this as child. So the ID 1 will go from replacement LOD from the child. So we're going from the child to get the parent of the child, and if ID 1 doesn't equal job data j dot replacement index, that means that this is pointing to a different parent. And so if we go to that other parent and it's on the level of replacement LOD with ID 1, if the ID 0 equals ID 1, then that means that they're pointing at one another, which means that we have to free this this thing. We can also do our other checks here. If it's emitted, yeah. You don't want to do this if it's been emitted yet, because that would mean that it's already been freed or replaced or whatever. So that makes complete sense here. So we're just looking at ID 1. So in this case where they point at each other, we need to free this parent. So instead of replacement index, we're actually replacing it at ID 1. Yes. Okay, so let's write a note here because the logic is very fucking complicated. Follow new child and check if its parent is pointing somewhere else. You know what would be better than this? When we emit something with a certain ID 0, what we should do is resolve all the other links to that slot. Fuck, that's actually super complicated. That would be super complicated for us to have to do. But that should be the ultimate thing, right? Because this ID 0 was pointing at something else beforehand. And sure, we can free it. But if we're following the parent here, this is like super sketchy. So that works, I suppose. But it's not, I don't think it's going to work permanently. I don't think it's going to work permanently. The problem is once we assign this ID 1 or this ID 0, then something else could be pointed at that same ID 0. And so we could literally just loop through and resolve that. But then you need to resolve every other conflict. Like how do you search for yeah, this is tricky. That's very tricky. I don't know. This isn't gonna work. Yeah, but that's so complicated. That's so complicated. I don't want it to be that complicated. I might need a list of indices per. Or no, I mean I have a free list, so I could just use the free list, but only updating LODs if we can resolve the. I would basically need to look for 2 slots every time. That's how it would have to be. I would have to look for 2 slots each time. I think it has to be that. Fuck. Yeah, 2 slots every time. Is that possible for me to do that? Maybe I should draw this out. Okay. Okay, so we have 3 cases. Oh god, that's cursed. Why does that... Okay, we have 3 cases. Okay, so... I wish you could go off the thing. That would be like sick. That'd be fucking sick. You can, surely. No, you can. Okay, so there's 3 cases. So if we're going in order, right, so less than the replacement LOD means that we're going up in detail. So if we're going up in the tree, then we need to, because if we're thinking about this like this, we go up into the parent, we get a new parent, and then we set this new parent to the child, but then the old parent that still was linked to that child, we have to find a new child for it. So we still need to find 2. 1 upper, 1 lower for this case. Any progress today? Yeah, I've made a lot of progress on the bugs. However, now things are just getting more complicated. So I've now the program is, all the meshes are fine. However, sometimes there aren't child meshes for the parent meshes. if this makes sense. So right here, so it pretty much works flawlessly, except for sometimes there are no greens in some certain scenarios. Like over there, it just popped out of green. Yep. So, or I mean, there's no reds. Reds are the children. So greens, the parents are fine. The parents are flawless now. It's just the children meshes sometimes pop in and out. And I know what the problem is. It's just very, very complicated to fix it. So basically, instead of emitting just one, we should be emitting two every time, because we need to link a parent up to another child, basically. So this is our new one. We get rid of the mesh here. We find a child for it. We delete its child. We repurpose this. But then something is looking at this child. Maybe it isn't actually. No, I think something has to be looking at it. Yeah. So we need to allocate a new child for it, if anything is looking at this. Which it probably is if we were over here. Because every thing on the top could be looking at anything on the bottom. So if these are pointing to the same thing, then everything breaks. Fuck. I just, like, if I commit to doing that, then what that means is that we have to allocate both one on the top LOD and on the bottom LOD, which is just like, I feel like that's going to create more problems than solve. Hey, what's up, Tools? Like, for each thing, we would have to pick both a top one and a bottom one, and then the second you point this at that, then something else might have been looking at this, and now you have another problem. So that's just a fucking mess if we do that. I already have 1 million subs. That would be awesome. That would be so sick. If you could hook me up with that, that would be the best thing ever. I always thought object-oriented was used to magic states. I guess it doesn't need to be used in the end. Yeah, I'm not the biggest object-oriented fellow, to be honest. I'm not the greatest, the biggest fan. I think, cat, dog, stay in the zoo. Stay in the zoo, bro. In all seriousness, though, I don't like it, so. Okay, I think that this is nonsense. I think we gotta stop doing this shit. No. We can't do that. We can't do that. We can't do that. We can't do that. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. Because we're gonna find another child, and then it's gonna point to another parent, and then we're just stuck in a fucking, like, a fucking time loop. We're right out of primer, bro. So we gotta not do that shit. Absolutely not gonna happen. So we pick a parent we pick a parent. And we check if this is a child. The problem is that this ID 0 might not even be the one that's here. All right, lock in here because I have an idea here. This may not work, but if the ID 1 equals the equals K, then we are free to do it. Yes, because if the child is pointing at the parent, yeah, I already wrote this over here. See, I was getting ahead of myself. 15 different files just for a cat to meow. You're telling me. We got like, you know, classes and blah blah blah. Yeah, classes, stay in school. Fuck off. Yo, what's up, Devil Gaming? How are you? Good to see you. I feel like so. If it isn't a child, so that would be the parent. And this has to point, and once again the ID 1 has to equal, and in this case it's child, right? Because we follow, no. This is that. Don't get fucking caught up in this. So this is the replacement. Now this is another parent. So then this is the ID 0 equals child. Yeah, I know what I'm doing. Surely I know what I'm doing. Yeah. There's no doubt. Yeah. I look good today, broski. Thank you. I appreciate that. I can't even imagine what non-object-oriented programming would look like. Everything I've done has been in an object-oriented programming language. Well, you're looking at it. It looks like numbers. Yeah, it's kind of like numbers. Shit. Maybe I should use an object-oriented programming language. Maybe I would, maybe this would be easy. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about that? And it has to be lock in. The dot ID 1 has to equal whatever this came from. Put that shit back where it came from, or so help me, or so help me, so help me. Is it really the job data j.replacement index? That's a child? Yeah, that's a child. Dude, what the fuck is this code? What the fuck are you talking about? I'd rather not learn object-oriented programming. You're speaking my language. I just don't like how it looks. Wow. Based. Object-oriented programming was the first step to programming becoming a white-collar job. That's my reason. That's my gripe. Imagine it just like works now. That would be like insane, bro. That would be insane. Fuck. Sorry, that was loud. I'm bad. I'm mean. Dude, it's so close to working, but it's so far from working. I just need it to work, dude. I just need it to work. I'm not a huge fan of this song. I'm not the biggest fan. Yeah, it's like sometimes the children just don't get set up, bro. Maybe one of these cases is incorrect, but honestly, what are the shadows in the distance? There's shadows in the distance? What? What? What do you mean? Are you like seeing shadow people, or where's the shadows? Oh, that's just the reflections. That's just the reflections. That's a good question though. I think that it's just random modulation from something in the shader. So I think that that's what it is. I have no clue. I think that it's actually just like the clouds from the skybox getting reflected down. Yeah, I have no clue. Oh, you know what? We could press the equal button. Oh, that's fucking disgusting. Equals. Oh my god. Helix. Bro. Imagine you press the I button on all of this. Delete your computer. Okay. Sorry. I just had to get that out of my system. Alright. Lock the fuck in. Alright. So the ID, that can't be right. That cannot be right. That cannot be right. That cannot be right. So the ID1 of the child goes up to the parents, which that's correct. The ID1 dot ID0 equals child. That has to equal child. Yeah. Naturally. Okay. What I'm doing is 100% like the simplest code I've ever written, by the way. So if you don't understand it, then that's on you. So we're checking if the ID 0 equals the child because we're killing a parent. But we get the child from it, don't we? Yeah. Yeah, so that just does nothing, by the way. That's just a line of code that does actually nothing, but I'm glad we wrote it. Wait, hold on a second. No, you want to be checking this from the other way. You want to be checking for child. We need to know if the child dot ID1 equals where's Rob so he can pay me to fucking open up Claude code again. I'm just kidding, dude. That was hilarious though. That was hilarious. I put that shit on extended thinking. Rob paid me last night to open up Claude and ask, and I put it on extended thinking, and then it just like, it was like just like bullshit, just like completely had no clue what it was doing. But it's so funny, man, when people say like AI is gonna replace my job, just like show them that shit. Just like, what? replace my job. I don't have a job, but you know, if I did, oh, maybe this is why I don't have a job. Maybe that's a problem. I feel like this code, I'm gonna solve it, and then we're just never gonna touch this shit ever again, because I have no clue what the fuck any of this does. I'm not gonna lie, at this point, I've lost the plot, like 100%. I have genuinely no fucking clue what any of this does. Maybe we have to kill the children of this, huh? Why didn't I do that? Yeah, why am I not killing the child here? Because I used to just eat the child here. Hold on a second. I have a sneaking suspicion on this one. Right, we search for it here, but there's no guarantee that that child doesn't have a child, because it's not a child guaranteed. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so we need to kill the child here, just like we do it up here. Absolutely. Same idea here. This code is going to be slightly different. Okay. So, yeah, we do find it. Actually, is this just exactly the same? I think. Yeah. No big deal. Okay, got it. Now we also need, the more important thing is that CF might actually it shouldn't have a kid though. It's too mentally unstable, bro. Fuck. No, it shouldn't have a kid. Because it's guaranteed to be negative 99, by the way. This is a negative 99 situation. Nice little crack on the knuckles. Good one. Alright. I think I'm gonna send this one. I feel like this is a good idea. Big fan. Yeah, CF has to be freed for it to exist. Fucking did the fucking thing again. Anyway, so the rocket launch is cool. I was thinking like 50 years since we've been to the moon, really? Like what have we been doing? Like seriously, like what have we been up to? I feel like it's not like I really like contribute a lot in terms of taxes, but I'm just like thinking here. Just like thinking. Making self-driving cars? Yeah, but I'm talking like we got a whole as NASA. You know what I mean? Like we were, we were on the moon, right? So like, now we're going to the moon again. But like, I feel like I don't know, like it's been 50 years. Like we went to the moon and we landed and we didn't even have fucking cell phones yet. You know? Like there was no Game Boys. There was like barely any computers and we fucking landed. And like we haven't really now we're just going to the moon again? Like really? I just don't know. Like to me it just seems like I don't know. I think that this is actually working. Or maybe I'm just like hallucinating it working, but waiting for Elon to bring us there again. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Dude, it's insane to think about. Just shows what's possible with old tech. Yeah, bro. And Nvidia is still trying to sell you. Oh, that was fucked up. Nvidia is still trying to sell you fucking 5090s, bro. We ain't going to the moon with that shit. We went to the moon and instead we'd rather have Bitcoin mining graphics cards. Love it. Lovely. 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 Love the GPU. Death to programming. Death to programming. Yada yada, you know what it's all about. Alright, so this is like half working. It's working a lot better than it did before, but sometimes we just don't have. And also, like, we get those red things in the background. We were promised flying cars. I don't know who promised that to you, but that was never gonna happen. But I feel like Mars should have happened. Like, maybe if we spent less on guns, then we might be in Mars. But unfortunately, we love our guns. We do. Got AWS instead. Yeah, bro. That's on my tech stack. When people ask me about my tech stack, that's what I tell them. AWS, React. I got all of it, bro. That's my tech stack. Stop talking about my tech stack. Alright, anyway. It's like 90% working, except the 10% that it isn't. I really be stacking the tech like that, you know. The lingo, I can't stand programming lingo. That's another thing. Maybe I'm alone on this, but the whole like tech debt, I hate that term, technical debt. That's so lame. I hate the tech stack shit. I really hate it. I despise it. I really despise it to like some insane level. It is corpo slop. Yeah, exactly. It's like the worst fucking, like, people don't understand, but it's like the same thing as like, let's regroup or let's circle back on this or like any of that shit. It's like how like brain damaged is like the majority of programmers. Like I don't know. It's like, it's just crazy. It's crazy. The circle back, yeah. The fucking regroup, whatever, you know. Yeah, bro. Like, I've been at jobs where they literally say that shit. It's just like so crazy that that's like a normal thing. I don't know. Do I use AI at my work? I don't have a programming job. So, no. if somebody offered me a job and said that I would have to use AI, I would probably take it though, because every fucking programming job requires that nowadays. So it's kind of apparently necessary, just because people love money and nobody actually cares about quality code. If anybody cared about quality code, we wouldn't use AI, but we don't care. So we do not care. So why is this happening? I still really don't know. So now it's not happening to chunks that do this. I'm thinking that it actually happens because of this here, something here, with the duplication here. We do say already emitted, so that should protect it from getting killed. We don't touch its ID 0, but we shouldn't have to. ID 0 equals CF. Oh. Just because it's free doesn't mean that its child is freed. So we do actually have to see if this is... Okay, well, let's do that really quickly and hope that that's it. So in this case, it's going to be chunk data LOD +1 CF dot ID 0. Shut the fuck up. No, leave me alone. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm programming. If LOD +2 is less than LOD max, I just did a fucking loop. Businesses don't care about quality code in years past, and the amount of tech debt is unbearable. I 100% agree with that, but I don't agree with the use of technical debt. I don't know. The whole tech debt thing is insane to me. Like, I don't know. We could just like call it bad code, you know? Like, I don't know. Somebody like asked me if I have like technical debt or something, and it's like, I don't know. Are you asking if I write bad code? Like, I'd hope not. I don't know. Like, like, I don't know. It's it is what it is. We need to make sure that the child's child is free. We have to do it in here. Maybe the already emitted thing is bad, but I don't know. Okay, so that should technically be it for that. I mean, I don't really know if that's the best thing to do, but I'd already just like clear out the already emitted thing and try that. I mean, the point of the already emitted thing is that we don't want to touch things that we've already emitted during one simulation step. That seemed bad. Whatever I just witnessed didn't seem that great. Okay. There. That's a green chunk. That's a green chunk that did not get a child. Okay, so obviously not working. I need to do some. Oh, that's not great. Yeah, you know what? I'm seeing that children just aren't getting deleted. That seems to be the problem. That children are just not getting deleted with their parents, which doesn't make a lot of sense considering we kill a lot of them. What am I building? It's like just a graphical simulation of some planets. That's all it is. Okay, so I think we're being too restrictive on our things here. Maybe it's the already emitted flag. I'm just gonna do the thing here where I don't actually, get rid of it completely because oh yeah, that's annoying. That kind of annoys me, not gonna lie. I already fucked it up, didn't I? I definitely did. Yeah, I did. Right here. Okay, I think that's all of them. That wasn't all of them. That's all of them. As there's 2 per case. If it isn't that, then it might be the stuff that we just did with the indices. Dude, I would love for us to go to Mars, man. I don't know. I would love for that to happen in my lifetime. I just don't think it's gonna, unfortunately. Ah, fuck. Yeah. Seems like this is better actually, but yeah, sometimes it takes a while to, yeah, like that right there has no child. But I think those children in the distance aren't happening anymore. Like that, it isn't happening anymore. God, it's gonna be so fucking fun when I don't have to code this anymore. Like, that's what I've been thinking the past 2 days. Like, it's just like genuinely like, once I get done with this fucking function, I mean, like, I'm genuinely like, I'm gonna have like an entire fucking tub of ice cream. Like, I'm not kidding. I'm not fucking kidding, because I deserve it at this point. Like, what the fuck am I doing right now? This is crazy. Okay. How about this? We just get rid of everything that we just did, and then we just, like, pretend that it didn't fucking happen. Because I feel like we aren't freeing enough, probably. Yeah, we gotta stop. Dude, the problem is so talking about the problem here. The problem is how do we clear this shit? Just fucking clear it. Fucking get it off of my fucking screen. Holy shit. No. Don't care. Okay. So here's the problem. We come in, we get a chunk. We get a chunk at LOD1. Okay, we get a chunk at LOD1. Okay, we just slot it in. Now it has a slot at LOD1 and LOD2 because we find valid slots for both of this. Next time we come in, we want to swap this to LOD0. We want to swap it to LOD0. Okay, so we want to kill this child. Okay, bad choice of words. We want to erase this child from memory. Okay, and we want to erase the previous child of this that lived at LOD1. Okay, so we want to do two things here. We have this at LOD1 that we want to get rid of. We have this at LOD2 that we want to get rid of. However, what if this was not the child of this anymore? This is actually now the parent of something at LOD2. Now we have to erase both the child and both the parent and the child. Okay? So there's a level of hacking complexity here that for the untrained eye, you may not understand the complexity yet. Okay? So yeah. It's just fucked. There's also the tricky thing of like, okay, so we want to erase this one. Yeah, it's just fucked. Because this has to go down another level is the fucked up part. That we can't just free this like we've been doing. We now have to look at its child and then see if it's valid and then kill it. I don't think we have to do this here. I don't think we have to do that. I don't think so. Because this, we're guaranteeing that this is a valid pair. I feel like this is the guarantee here. This is valid. So we just have to do this. The problem is where we're going to. We need a way to check if it has a valid child. Or if this isn't a child, then this is this. And so now this point's here. We remove the link between this. If this is a parent, then we just let it, if we love it, let it go, sort of thing, you know? But if it's a child, we have to kill it. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. That's exactly what we're doing. So this check to see if it's a child is absolutely necessary. Absolutely necessary. But this part is not. If it's a child, theoretically, it should always be getting deleted. But so the tricky thing is, right, if this is pointing at something at LOD level 1, how do we know that it's its child? Do you get what I'm saying? What kind of work do you do as full-time? I don't have a full-time job anywhere. Are you offering me one? I have a business email. If you want to, send me an offer, that would be great. That would be fantastic. Sorry if you only want to watch a professional programmer. I guess I'm not a pro. Anyway, so we have this here. How do we check if this is a valid child, right? Like, we just keep on checking if it's is child, but if it's is child, then it could be, there could be a this. Like over here, I guess. And they could be pointing at the same thing. I guess they could be pointing at the same thing. Like, there's no way, there's nothing to stop it, right? Or no. This would never happen. This would never happen. Because we replace the link here. We get rid of this link. So it should never be pointing at the same thing. Why is my music stopping? Like this, it gets nons sometimes. I gotta fix their code base, bro. Are you Jewish? Yeah, my dad was Jewish. I guess. I just came back and this looks like a bunch of scribble. What am I explaining? Okay. Let's start from the top. Okay, so we have a problem. Okay, so we have a chunk at LOD1. This is where we start. Okay, so we have a chunk at LOD1. We give it a chunk at LOD2, right? We find a slot for both of these things. We're fine and dandy. Okay, next frame, we want to move it from LOD1 to LOD0. So how do we do this? Well, we have to kill this child, okay, and then find this slot at LOD0, and now we have this link. Okay, big problem though was that this was just a parent of something else, and now we're killing it. So we also have to kill the child. It lives at LOD1. Okay, so we want to kill this child. Bad choice of words. So we want to delete this child. So a big problem with this child, right, is that it might not be a child. Just because we have ID 0 here, pointing to here, might not actually mean that this is a child anymore. It might be a parent here. Okay, so we kill this parent, and now this is left hanging. Okay. So what we have to do is check if it's a child or a parent, and if it's a parent, we just, if you love it, let it go, and then this points to this, and now we're happy. Okay, so what we have to realize is this is actually what our code is already doing, and that I just explained what the code is doing, and it's not working. So it was fun to explain it, but yeah, it doesn't actually do anything. So yeah. I think that we gotta stop doing the extra link things, and it's just, if it's a child, then we destroy it. Why doesn't two simple booleans work for this? We do have those. It doesn't work for it though, for whatever reason. Okay, I think this whole, if it's not a child, us killing a parent is always the problem. Okay, so the problem isn't that. The problem is the other case. I think that the problem is the other case. Going up is fine. It makes complete sense to go up. But what if we want to go down? Okay, so going down is a bit tricky. Because if we're going down to 3, then we do this. And now we're killing a parent. Killing a parent is harder, right? Because let's say we free this parent. Okay, now we might think that this is a child when we want to claim this spot. When we claim this at the next location, we might want to claim this for ourselves, right? However, I have a check for this, right? Where it checks if it's a child. if it's, yeah, this is complicated, but technically, if we want to just be safe, we can just do this. We can just do this. We just do that. Yeah, this makes sense too. Okay, so I was just checking that out. Just checking it out. Okay, so let's just get rid of this. I think that these checks are unnecessary. These checks check if our parent is the top, but we should just check if it's a child. We should just check if it's a child, and that should be it. The problem is killing the parent, because in this case, we need to kill this parent. But I have a feeling that we're not always killing the parent, and sometimes we accidentally... Oh, you motherfucker. You motherfucker. Dude, this is why I don't download Helix, man. Don't download fucking Helix. Don't download Helix. Because my monkey brain has lost the muscle memory since I started using Visual Studio on my other computer, that now when I Control Z, it just actually closes out of Helix. It literally just closes it out. So, that's not the first time that that's happened. And it's definitely not going to be the last. But, yeah. Very uncool. Very uncool of Helix to do that. Alright, I think I commented out all of the stuff that isn't is child now. Yeah, it's all is child. So that's what drawing it all out made me think, like, maybe it's just this. Maybe that's just the case. If ID1 doesn't equal the job replacement index, why would that be the case? If ID1, which is the LOD plus one child is the replacement index, which would be the first parent, the child of it. So it's this, you're getting the parent. So if this ID1 is pointing to another thing, then we want to free it. I feel like that's just a little bit complicated. This is never going to be true. Oh yeah, so this is not is child. Alright, let's give it a shot again. Yeah, I'm with Arya on this. Why doesn't two simple booleans work? That's so true. You're so true about that one. You're so true. It's just tricky because we have three different cases. We have a case where we replace, we have a case where we change, and we have a case where we change in the other direction. So it's kind of like a pain in the ass to go through all the cases. Open the cases. Did I fix it? Did I fix it? Fuck. Sounds like you're describing object-oriented programming. What do you mean? How is that object-oriented programming? Unless there's another acronym that you're using. What if it's like talking about children and parents? Oh, don't even get me started. That's like what Java is all about? Okay, come on. Come on, man. You think we're talking about binary trees? You know, how does Java come to mind before binary trees? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy coming from you. That is crazy. Okay, so this is not working, obviously, because you get the red that's just like popping in and out. You hate to see it. You really hate to see it. I mean, like, I genuinely despise seeing it. I genuinely, it's like, you really hate to see it. You really, really do. And it's just the worst thing of all time. It's just the worst thing of all time. For some reason, I feel like it's got to be this. Us freeing the parent. It's got to be. It has to be. Because then, once we free it and we reclaim it, like if we reclaim it here, if we reclaim it here, we go to its child, and then we free its child, and its child is no longer a child. Even if it says that it's not a child, it still might end up not being its child. Fucking Christ. That's my little Oh, hold on a second. This is supposed to happen even if k is not -1. Oh, wait. K is never going to be -1. So the modern web first workflow or whatever is frying my brain. Is that what you're doing? Are you gonna start talking about your tech stack soon? Your tech stack? And your I don't know. What else like they talk about? Web first workflow? Are you gonna start talking about Spring Boot? I have to work with all those modern frameworks. We were talking about this earlier. Do you guys like talk about tech debt and like circling back? Oh, that's crazy. That is crazy. The amount of times I hear like about tech debt and like fucking, it's like the tech people come in here and ask me about my tech stack. Tech debt is a real thing. I don't care. It sounds fucking stupid. Like, can't we just call it bad code? I don't know, man. This shit is tech debt. This shit is deep in debt. Yeah, I feel like it's got to be this somehow. I don't really know how to. It's so right, actually. Like about my code being shit. Fuck you. That's so mean. That's so mean. That is so fucking mean. Oh no? Okay. Oh man. Maybe we just do this regardless. We just free it regardless if it's not a child or what. Oh shit, hold on a second. Oh no, but if... No, it already breaks out. It already breaks out. Yeah, it's just bad code. MongoDB React? Are you just like that's like to me that's like what brain rot is. Like on TikTok. Like same vibe. Let's MongoDB it up. I actually had MongoDB, a bunch of MongoDB stuff that I did. It's kind of embarrassing to talk about it, but yeah. I'm not gonna really extrapolate on it at all. But yeah, when I was a teenager, I made a whatever, man. It's in the past. You have to vibe code a startup with a whole new revolutionary tech stack. It's so interesting. Like, I don't know. You'd be surprised. I feel like it's 50-50 with the people that have like joined the stream lately. Like literally 50-50 with the AI shit. Like, it's actually becoming like more of a thing. Like before it used to be like 80-20, maybe 75-25. Now it's like literally 50-50. Like people that are like, are you vibe coding right now? Why are you not using AI? Somebody said like that watching old coders it said old coders that don't use AI is like watching expired milk in the fridge. That was what he said. I was like, what the fuck? That is so brain rotted. That is so crazy. That is so crazy. That is just so crazy. Oh, we didn't get rid of this. Oh, no, this is just looking at the LODs. Yeah, we don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need this. We definitely don't. We definitely don't. How opens the fridge to watch milk? It is a stupid way to say it. Yeah. But, I mean, I don't know. Do you think that people would watch me more if I used AI? Like, genuinely. Like, that's a legitimate question. Like, not, not like a legitimate question. Like, not like just out of like curiosity. Yeah, that one just broke. Fuck, man. You know what I'm starting... Voice crack. You know what I'm starting to think? I'm starting to think that... I'm starting to think that maybe it's dropping down to LOD 3 and that's why it doesn't have a child. That's what I'm starting to think. Oh, the flashing is back. Fuck. You know, I'm almost at the point where we just like send it. We just fucking call this done. I want to program something else. I actually, like, I just want to program something else at this point. I don't think AI fans are into this low level stuff. I feel like that's just a way of saying that there's a niche that needs to be filled. If you're coding my own framework, what is a framework? Real question. Yeah, the flashing is fucking annoying. The niche of vibe coding graphics in C? I feel like it's gotta be there, bro. You know what it is probably in the niche? It's probably like the niche with like retro whatever. I could be like the Stranger Things of computer graphics. Army programmers use frameworks all the time. What is a framework, bro? Real question. This equals button sometimes gives it good. Sometimes it's just not too great, but sometimes you press the equals button and it just hits the spot. The flashing in and out just really just does not do it for me, to be honest. It just doesn't do it for me. Follow the new child to check if the parent is pointing somewhere else. If so, the parent is pointing to this child, free the parent. Follow the new child to check if the parent is pointing somewhere else. If the parent is pointing to this child, free the parent. Huh. That sounds like it could come in handy. Follow the new child. And this is already a child. Or no, this was a parent. It has to be a parent. The thing is, it has to be a parent to go onto the thing. But ID1, the child is... We inherit the child from the replacement LOD. A framework is software that provides reusable generic functionality which developers can extend or customize to create complete solutions. It offers an abstraction layer over lower level code and infrastructure. Well, that sounds like a bunch of dog shit, but it's like pre-AI. Interesting. I probably have used a framework. Is fucking Spring a framework? Abstraction layer over lower level code and infrastructure. So like OpenGL. I'm not paid enough to know what the fuck that is, bro. Are you talking about like Raylib? Raylib is a framework. Yeah, Spring is a framework. Yeah, that's a bunch of horse shit. Not gonna lie. I'm like really close to just giving up on this and let's just do something else. Just like Raylib or Monogame. Oh, that's Python, right? That's extra fun. I don't want to be a gatekeeper, but can we like be honest that Python isn't actually program? Like, I don't want to be like one of those like, you know, programming fucking grifters or whatever, you know. But like, I don't know. Every time I read Python, it's like, to me, it's like reading like fucking MATLAB or some shit. Oh, I'm thinking about Pygame. How could I get them mixed up? How could I get them mixed up? My bad, my bad. Yeah, I'm calling it. I'm calling it, bro. Like, I mean, like, it might not be perfect, but I'm gonna come back to this with like a fresh brain cell, you know, and then we're gonna tear out a new one. But I can't do it, bro. I can't do it. I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can do it. I just don't think I can do it. But like genuinely, like what if I'm like moments from like having the breakthrough? Like I could be just like about to find the breakthrough. It's like training wheels. Depends what you do in Python. Yeah, I mean, what I mean, like not really coding, like I'm talking about like the crazy fucking like math dissertation fucking projects that I find on GitHub and shit. Like I'm not trying to like I'm not trying to like gatekeep at all. I'm saying the opposite. Like that code is like, how do you read that and you're like, yeah, that's code. Like, I don't know. Some of that shit is like crazy. It's especially crazy when they do like magic functions with just like they just like type one thing into NumPy and then it's like the equivalent of like 3,000 lines of code in C, and then they're just like, oh yeah, it runs perfectly fine. It's like, I don't know, man. Like, bro, like for example, calling like np.roll, like that should not be allowed. Libraries are cheating. It's literally hacking. Maybe I'm just jealous because I don't have that shit in C, but yeah. NumPy actually does have a thing for C, I think, but it sucks. So anyway, I think I'm just calling it. We can come back to this later. I've spent like 3 days on this shit, and it's to the point where it's like close enough, bro. It's close enough. We were having so much fun before we came to this. That's what you were talking about? Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. I don't know. I feel like that stuff is like, but those are the people that like know what lambda and gamma mean. Like they deadass like write about that shit in their paper, and then they just link to the code, and it's just like 10 lines of NumPy calls, and you're just like, okay, but where's the code? Like, what is this doing? But I don't know. That's not really coding, but I feel like reading that code is just so annoying because it's like, okay, but I want to do this. Why can't I cheat as well? Yeah, I'm starting to believe that it really is just a problem with making new chunks. New chunks are the ones with no red on them. You've got red on you. Any Edgar Wright fans? Yeah, I think that it's also just like very obvious because we have a debug shader, but I feel like without the debug shader and with us actually just like doing the interpolation, it's probably not even going to be noticeable. So let's not even fret, you know. Let's not even fret. Let's bridge instead. Shut up. Music. All right, so we're gonna go back to only doing the parents. Yeah, so we'll just go back to doing the parents. The parents will automatically do the child, right? So we're going to have parents and child ID, and we're going to I hate the song so much. You have no clue. You have no clue. Okay, shut the fuck up. They always do this. I remember reading this paper on continuous sphere collision detection, and they spent 4 to explain a for loop with matrix multiplications. But that's the thing. If science doesn't make sense, then you know, then they can make money off of it. I don't know how they make money. Like get grants and stuff. If it doesn't make sense, then it must be smart. They didn't even explain it well. Well, they never explain it well. That's their job. Their job is to be like, you know, fucking really obtuse with shit. I don't think I've ever read like a paper that actually makes sense. Like the paper that I read on Adam W, by the way, is like, it's like moment estimation, the uncentered variance. Like, bro, can we just use fucking English words? Like, seriously. What the fuck do you mean by uncentered variance? You just squared a fucking mean. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Someone called math a gatekeeping fandom. Exactly, dude. It's so annoying. It's so fucking annoying. So I'm realizing that we now have a problem here because the indirect buffer... We should always no, this is the child. So we should always send the parents, and then we pass the child index as uniform. Oh, but we need to get the indirect buffer for the child as well. Okay, I don't know how to do this. Hold on. So what I'm trying to figure out is there was this what is this called again? What I'm trying to do, it's something with dithering. I was looking at it the other day when I was trying to figure this out. Stochastic levels. Stochastic fade between LODs. Dithering. Stochastic dithering. In the fragment shader, a dithering pattern like a bear. As an object moves from one LOD to another, the shader calculates a fade factor, using it to dither out the higher detail mesh while simultaneously dithering in the lower detailed mesh. Okay, so do I do both is the question. I think I do both. I think I need to do both anyway. So I was annoyed here because I can't do both indirect buffers, but I can just draw the child and the parent separately and just do both. Yeah, I love like learning about physics and math, but I also like I was doing this I was reading this paper on like, you know, simulating nebulae with it's somewhere else, but yeah, I forget what it's called, but yeah, it was like it was like one of the most complicated papers I've ever seen, and it was just, I don't know, I just feel like it's so unnecessary. It really is. Anyway, so we want to do both the child and the parent. I think we just do them in, no, let's just do them separately. So let's actually just draw the children. And let's just calculate the fade value. I have to do a Bayer again. I might get my code from the game engine, I guess, to do the, or I can just look it up. I basically just copied it anyway. Bayer matrix GLSL. Okay, this is probably exactly what I took it from. I need a 4x4 Bayer. Oh, this is not at all what I did. This has luma in it, in brightness. Bro, I just want the matrix. Like, listen. Wait, what is this? Oh, luma equals required GLSL luma. Uh-huh. Interesting. Interesting. Well, I'm not a, okay, well, none of these are giving me the thing. I just need a basic 4x4. Okay, we got it in, okay, so we got the weights here, just the raw weights. I didn't have the raw weights, I just did the division last time, but whatever, we'll just do it with the raw weights. So the U fade is we're just going to calculate it outside of the, oh, no, we don't. We do it by fragment. We calculate the U fade by fragment. We have to do it by fragment. Okay, so let's lock in here. To calculate it by fragment based on the distance to the camera. Okay. We should do it at the top so that we can discard. I mean, I think I just have it in frag pause is world. Minus cam pause, and then the tricky part is how do we need the length to each LOD level to be a thing, to be like a uniform that we pass in. Like, it should be, we could do a define just to hard code it for now, but we need to actually have, I think, this, the distance between everyone, and we need to also have the LOD level for the thing, just so that we know where we're going towards and where we're going outwards from. That's what we need. if I was me from like a few days ago, I would be putting this in a I would be putting this in a SSBO. I'm just not the same person though. Maybe we want to do this instead and call it like that. I probably will end up doing that, but I just like for now it's like whatever. Oh, the tricky thing is that we don't know if it's a child. Oh no, we just pass in U type and that's fine. We're just gonna use this. Yeah, passing the uniforms like this is kind of sucky, but whatever. I'm gonna fix it later. Okay, so let's just put in exactly this. So this is going to be the... I could have just put it as obviously a hard-coded thing. Probably what I should have done. But we'll standardize them in a second when I know that this works. Okay. I'm so glad to not be working on that. It sucks to not have it finished though. It's kind of on my nerves, to be honest. Okay. So we have an LOD level, and the LOD level should always be... Okay, so if we are the child, then we are always going to have the furthest LOD level, right? So that's what we are interpolating based off of. Hey Luke, nice to see you. Nice to see you. I can show you what it looks like, because you deserve to see what it looks like. Hopefully we... Oh, we have a syntax error. Oh no. Is the computer gonna crash? No. But we have a syntax error, so just get rid of that. Fuck, there's another syntax error. No. I'm sorry. I have to solve the syntax error before I can show you. Expected if, expecting end of file. Why? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? Oh shit. I forgot to get rid of this when I was copying in the thingy. That would be it. Like my shirt? Thanks. Things are going well, I guess. Not in my personal life, but in this it's good. Doing oh yeah, so it's still got the debug thingy on it. So we should probably like get rid of that so that you can actually see what it looks like with it not being all colored bad. Oh, it's actually in the vertex shader. What was vColor before that? Oh, that's a good question. That was what it was. Okay, well, it's... Fuck, man. Well, I'm supposed to be a Vec 4, my bad. Yeah, I've been working on this project, which is like a space project where you can go around to different planets. I don't have the space part enabled yet or anymore, but it's basically like, you know, gravity simulation with all the planets, but this is what the first surface of the planet looks like. But you know, it's obviously still in the early stages. It was cool to see the reflections on the water though. But basically the whole terrain is generated in real time using noise. So none of it is like pre-generated. It's all, you're actually just like walking around and it's, you know, making it as you go around, which is kind of cool. I kind of want to just like make something that you could like just chill out and just like, I don't know, just like hang out in weird places. Is everything being super overexposed with tons of blooms intentional? Halfway intentional. I mean, I just kind of played with things till I liked it, but you can toy with it yourself, you know. I have I just basically did a version of what I had in my game engine, but like with different tones. But you can change the bloom for sure, but it's very similar to the exact tone mapping I had in my game engine. Yeah, it's actually less intense, but I think that the gamma correction specifically does do a bit of it. But most of this stuff though was specifically for the space part of it. I haven't touched any of this since the space part of it, so probably a bit overtuned. Yeah, is it relative to real planets as a simulation of gravitational forces? It's all like an end body simulation, so it's got real gravity in it. I can show you what the main walk is like. It's got like a typical Morton gravity thing going on in it. It actually doesn't look like much anymore because it's super optimized, but yeah, this is basically just the gravity calculation at the end of it. There are a few, but yeah. Metaverse competition. Yeah. If you want to see what it looks like without the tone mapping and shit, then this is what it looks like without it. Or actually, yeah, I think, yeah, this should work, right? Yeah, this should work. This is what it looks like without the tone mapping. So obviously a lot darker, but I could definitely tune it better. I just kind of set it up once and then didn't touch it again, but I think it definitely looks better than without it. That's for sure. That's absolutely for sure. This is Skybox. Oh, you're being a dick. You're being a dick. You're being a dick. You're being a dick. It just looks white. Yeah, it's bright. It's bright. It is bright. It is bright. But that's with the reflections that you see the water. I think, to be honest, it probably just translates poorly because of my shit like recording for the stream as well. But yeah. Yeah, it is pretty bright though. But yeah. I probably should like have something in the middle for it. I don't know. But it is pretty bright. You know, going from, I guess I'm just used to it being bright because that's what it's been for the past few days. But yeah, I should probably not have it this intense. If I took this out and I took the POW out, it probably would be fine. But this overexposure is probably a bit too much. You probably turn this down to there and then, you know, get rid of that, and that's probably fine. Anyway, back to what I was doing. We check that out in a bit. Hey Max, I'm sorry, I don't know if I said hey Max, but No, I just said it twice just to make sure. So we want to interpolate between the two distances and do it in a not shit way. Also, the problem is if there's an LOD 3 distance, basically if it's above LOD 2 and it's LOD 3, how are we going to fade in? Oh, there is no child in that case. There is no child in that case. So it's only going to be in between them. If it's in between 1 or 2 or... Well, I think between 2 or 3, right? Hold on. How do I pass it? I pass this and then 3 is after. So it would only be between 1 and 2. 0 and 1. This is... inside of here is 0. Like, this is 0. And then 1 is after. So 0 and 1. 1 and 2. No, 2 and 3. No, 2 and 3. Yeah. So 0 and 1 is implied. It's implied. Okay. Okay. So 0 and 1 is implied. So we need to figure out... we have LOD level, but... Okay, so very simple here. If you type equals 1, which is it's a child. If it's a child, then we want to LOD we want to, if it is a child, then we want the LOD to be -1. So get the parent LOD. I watched the stream in a while. What was my Windows XP project? Is to find epsilon 1e -4. I use different epsilons. Shut up. Haven't watched stream in a while. How was my Windows XP? Yeah, so I finished that and I made a video about it and I have it on GitHub if you want to take a look at it. It went good. I mean, I finished it. It was fun. Not like the hardest thing I've ever done, but it was a lot of fun because I did a lot of vectorizing and shit. Yeah, Aria deadass sounds like somebody that would talk about my tech debt right now. So we bring the LOD down, right? If it's a child, and then so we're checking, we're interpolating between. So we want to find the distance between. We should have an array. We should be passing an array. I don't want to do if statements here. I don't want to do if statements in a frag shader. We should be passing an array. Can I pass it as a uniform and not? What SSBO would this even go in is the problem. I don't want to fucking put and like have any padding issues. I don't want to fucking deal with that right now. I don't want to deal with that. What's the song? I just hate magic numbers. Dude, 1e -4 is not a magic number. That's just called an epsilon. Like, if I wrote epsilon here, it would be more characters. Like, come on, man. Come on, dude. This is not magic. This is not magic. It's like the least magic number. It's just is like this, bro. It just is. Like, are you mad about this too? Like, are you mad about this? The 2 here? Is this a magic number? Dividing 2. Like, what? Like, what? Okay, really, what we want to have is an array here. Okay, do you know if this works? I've never done this, actually. Can I do a 3F and then pass it as an array rather than a vector? Is that chill? Fine, do. I'm not fucking doing that. Hold on. Is it possible for me to just pass an array? You can do that? Okay, good. Good. Because I do not want to have to make an SSBO for this. That is something I do not want to do. Or I mean, I could just like put it in another SSBO, but then all of a sudden fucking nothing is going to work and I'm going to have to solve an alignment issue. So I'd rather... You got to roll it out? Okay. Not on the other end. I have to just do it in here or roll it out, right? I bet you're mad that I'm not caching my locations yet too. What an absolute fucking loser, right? Okay. Like, I can do this. I better be able to do that. Because that's the whole purpose. I don't want to have a vec3 and then an if statement. That's the whole purpose here. Okay, so... No, it is a vec3. Yeah, motherfucker, that's the whole point of passing an array. That's the whole point. Because now I gotta have an if statement in a frag shader. No. The answer is put it in an SSBO. I know what the answer is, but I'm upset about it. Fuck. Where can I put this shit? Fuck. Look at what... Alright, Pizza Hut, Francis. What does OpenGL do with passing multiple lights? It's just an SSBO, right? What's up, Wall? Bro, I have 12 of them. I have 12 of them. I'm running out of binding slots. I'm literally running out of binding slots. I have 12 SSBOs. 12 of them. Do you want to see all of them? Do you want to see all of my fucking SSBOs? Let's go and look. Let's go and look. These are all my SSBOs. You want to meet them? We got particles for the Mortons. We got the Morton pings so that we do it in the radix sort. We got for nodes. We got for the bounds. We got for the bounds that we calculate every frame. We've got for the node counter, that is metadata. We have the radix. We have the margin queues. These are constant, but I can't put them anywhere. I can't define them in the shader because they're too big, the arrays. We have the density SSBOs. These are actually in an array. We have an array of them. And then we have the density vertex SSBOs for the actual vertices. And then we got the chunk data SSBO. So I'm so yeah, I can make another SSBO if you want. Let's make another SSBO. No, I'm just kidding. Fuck you. What do you suggest for someone who want to learn shade programming? What do you mean? Like, in terms of, like, lifestyle, or... like a required reading. I think like avoid Camus and Nietzsche and just do the programming sort of thing. You know what I mean? Man, nah. I mean, like in terms of what? All right, so let's make it. Let's just put it in this one. What is in this one actually? What is GPU chunk again? Oh, I never used this. Oh, it's my lucky day. It is literally my lucky day. Holy shit. We can just put it in here instead. Holy shit. Oh my god. I've never been more happy in my entire life. Holy moly, I'm so fucking lucky. I gotta make sure that this isn't in anything though. That would suck. It's probably not in here, right? No, it is. It is. It is. It is. It is. I'm gonna get rid of it because we're not gonna use that. We gotta look for chunk data, and we gotta delete all of it. Well, it's already commented out there, but it's not commented out here. I am so glad I don't have to make another one. That's what I'm glad about. There's chunk data. Oh, that's the other chunk data. That's the other chunk data. Okay, get rid of it. Get rid of it from that compute shader as well. This is why I don't like doing SSBOs, because now all of my fucking shaders have to have the same fucking thing, and it's annoying as fuck. Okay. Sorry. I'm like crashing out over nothing, but I don't like having to rewrite code and like micromanage it and shit. For someone to learn object-oriented programming, you tell them to learn Java. What? No, I tell them to learn C++. Started a while learning how to code shaders, but I stopped. So I failed to find any good resources. I'd say just you know, code the actual program and then just like learn just like read shaders until you understand the basics, you know. But honestly, I mean, I don't know, you can't really do anything other than like code it, you know what I mean? Like that's kind of what you gotta do. Like that's your thing. I can't code it for you. I would if I could, but yeah. LOD dist 3. Okie dokie, so now we don't have a fucking branching. There we go. It only took me like 5 minutes of refactoring. Except I may have missed something, and then it'll make me spend like 10 years refactoring. That would suck. But I think it's fine. And I think this binding location is fine. I think. Have no clue. But we'll find out soon. Okay, so now we have in LOD dist, we have it indexed by 3, but if LOD doesn't equal yeah, it's only 3. It's only 3. I hate this. Like this is specifically cursed that the fucking LSP makes you do that. Yeah, I mean, join the Discord if you have any like you need any help. I'm always down to help, but you know, you gotta code it, you know. So depending on U type, you're gonna use the other half. So which one is closer and which one is further? Let me get this stochastic fade. So underneath the ULOD fade. Okay, but which one is closer and which one is further? Calculate ULOD factor in the vertex shader based on camera distance or screen space size. Okay, I'm just gonna do it in here, thanks. I have to fucking get this on my other computer. No, I need okay, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Thank you. Thank you, AI fucking summary. Giving me the fucking Mat 4. Thank you. That's all I fucking need. Is this correct? Yeah, it looks about correct. It looks the same. Okay. So we just need to mod it with the frag chord and 4. And that is the dither value, apparently. You need to cast it to an int 2. I came up with this myself, so this is why I know it so well. Absolutely. And now if that value is less than the fade, apparently it also wants to divide it by by the resolution to normalize it, but like I don't think that that's necessary probably. But we'll find out soon enough, I guess. Okay. So to get the distance interpolated between the bottom and the top, so we already have the bottom LOD level, so if it isn't 3, then it's one of the ones in the thing, because there's no way that a child would be at 0. But just to make sure, yeah. So I think that we subtract from dist, we subtract the LOD dist for our LOD level, right? No, if it's 0, you don't want to. It's actually LOD minus 1. So actually you want this to be greater than or equal to 1. And then for the last one, you don't want to subtract it. It's just regular dist. So this is actually LOD minus 1. Yep. Because that's just the way that we did it. At 0 is the one that you're pushed out. And for between 0 and 1 would obviously just be, you wouldn't subtract at all, and now you are, now you just, but it's not, you really want the distance between the LOD levels. So you probably have to do a second float diff and then get the difference between the two. And so if it's 0, then you would want just 0. Strangely, this isn't very trivial. I need to, if it's at LOD 0, I'm just trying to avoid branching, I guess, but I guess we're already branching, but I don't want to have another one. But I don't think that I can avoid it. Oh, actually, no. No, I don't have to branch here. I don't have to branch here. I just set diff to LOD dist and then I just subtract it. Yeah. And then we just subtract it here. And then that works. All right. Okay. And then that works for 0. But it actually, shit. So we do actually need 2 different if statements here. Yeah, so that is how it needs to go. And then you just initialize this to 0 because the problem is 3 is the problem. But okay, so all of that's finished. So now we have dist is the difference, and then we have our distance in 0 to 1 space, kind of. We just have to divide it, right? So that gives us the distance, the closer LOD will. So now we have to actually. So now if U type is 1. So if it's a child, then we want to, I don't know which one it is actually, if it's greater than or less than, but we want to check the dither val if it's less than. So if dither val is less than the D, discard. And else we'll do the other direction, and that should be it. If I did this correctly. But I have no clue if this is correct. But we're gonna give it a shot. I need a coffee. 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 Okay, so am I drawing the children or not? I'm kind of like underwhelmed on the whole thing, to be honest. Okay. Let's try the other way around, I guess. It's kind of impossible to know if I did this correctly. I could like put it on the screen, but okay, so now we're just never drawing the first ones. Okay, so it's definitely not that way around, I feel like. Okay, so here's my question. Let's do some debugging here. Let's debug. Let's go. I want to see what D is, and maybe we just see D, just to make sure that that's correct. Just to see if that it should fade into the distance perfectly. Okay, so that's wrong. So that's exactly what I thought. That's just completely incorrect. So that's what I was wondering. Yeah. Is dist divided by diff? It's important for us to not divide by 0. I think that frag pause minus camp pause has to be correct, I think, because this is how I do all the trilinear, not the trilinear, the fucking triplanar mapping or whatever. I'm trying to find where I think I definitely have it here somewhere. Maybe I don't. Yeah, I have it here. Maybe I have to do XYZ though. I mean, actually, yeah, that's probably 100% what it is actually. Because camp pause is a vec4. Camp pause is a vec4. Okay, it still is shit though. Still is completely black. Okay. I guess we can check dist. Uh, oh, 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 oh. I know what it is. You're gonna be really happy when you realize what it is. You're gonna be so happy. I never uploaded it to the SSBO. So that would be why that didn't work. So yeah, that would be why. Oh, I need a coffee. Okay, look. Well, that actually looks kind of cool. So you see the rings, by the way? The rings are where the chunks end. The strange thing is that black ring on the far side is kind of interesting. Why that black ring is there. I guess that's the third. That's 3? Really? That's strange. Let's do another test here before we start going crazy. Let's do dist. Let's make sure the dist is clean. I'm gonna assume that the dist is clean, but that the difference is the problem for some reason. Yeah, I mean, I didn't actually normalize the distance, so that's my fault, I guess. Alright, let's try it, I guess. I mean, okay, so it's working. It's just kind of shit, especially for things up close. Also, I think it might be backwards. Let's try it. Let's try it. It is working though, ish. You can see how it's supposed to. The dithering is supposed to do that, and it's working with distance. However, it's not a. Yeah, this is the correct way. Now the more detailed mesh is closer, but maybe not. See, like that doesn't seem like the correct mesh. Okay, I think that we don't want to do LOD 0 at all. I think that that's probably the problem. Still not working though. The project looks so different from last week. Yeah, I don't know what was the last you saw. Maybe you were still you were talking about the space, like in the space with all the bodies, you know. But yeah, I've been working on this other part. Yeah, I wonder if which one it is. It says dither value less than. So I'm guessing that it depends on the distance. So the maybe it actually maybe it's less than D and then less than 1 minus D. Maybe it's that instead. Based on what I just read. Grinding the simulation for hours every day, so progress is natural. Yeah, thanks. This with all my projects, I just kind of like you know. Oh, this isn't this mesh here isn't the high res one. So obviously that must be backwards then. It's hard to tell which one's correct or not. Yeah, this one's definitely the correct one. Huh. No, it seems to... Huh. No, it seems to be going the wrong way. It seems to be doing the wrong thing. To find plenty of inspiration in your chess engine project. Thanks, I really appreciate that. Yeah, I just I'm glad that that the chess engine thing, a lot of people seem to really like it. So I think that's probably like my greatest achievement, since everybody so many people like, you know, said that that was like you know, inspirational to them or whatever. But I, you know, I just do it because it's there's nothing else to do, you know. Let's think about the dist. So if the dist is large, then that means that yeah, it should be this way, I think. Yeah, do. That sounds awesome. Awesome vehicle dynamics simulation. Yeah. That's definitely up my alley with the, you know, the things that I end up doing. Am I gonna be watching the Artemis 2 launch? No, I'll probably still be streaming, but yeah, I was watching the broadcast earlier today, so I am fairly in the loop about it. Yeah, this can't be it, because D is 0 at yeah, that can't be it. Chess engine is one of the best examples of pure computer science. Thanks. Yeah, that's the type of stuff that I liked about the chess engine, was it purely was just my own research, you know. Alright, this seems to be the correct thing. There is still popping in and out though. Yeah, it's because of LOD 0, I think. The fact that LOD 0 doesn't isn't a part of it. Now when things become LOD 0, then they don't really fade in. Hey, sex. Yeah, this makes things a lot cleaner, but everything becomes dithered. Everything becomes dithered then. You could skip it based on distance for sure. Like obviously it works in terms of the distance, like the stuff of the distance. It definitely helps. How to learn this stuff? I've been doing like graphics programming for about 2 years. I started with like basic stuff. I did my first real project was the Linea project. It's a 2D Linea. And then I just kept on making things until I did the game engine. And I learned a lot during making the game engine, so. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do about it. I think that this is the correct way. It's just I also think frag pause minus the cam pause might not be the exact distance. I don't know. Because up close, we are still discarding stuff. Or it might be that that this needs to be divided by screen size, I guess. I don't know. We could actually try to do that, I guess. We just like config to screen res and then just make it just equal the screen res, I guess. Like what is the screen res again? I'm not gonna pass it as a uniform. Maybe I should. I think that it's just this 1280 by 960. So let's just do that. Okay, so then we just do and then we can try that. I mean, maybe it'll fix it. Not exactly happy with the performance of it. Okay, that completely fucked everything up real bad. What is the thing? I don't think that I'm doing that right. I think that that's actually supposed to be the. I think it's supposed to be width divided by height. Apparently I am doing this right, but let me just debug print it out. Is it possible that my frag core just doesn't need to be No, I don't think that this has. I think that this is. Brother, how are you a genius? I'm not a genius. I just code a lot. That's all. Maybe I don't actually need to divide it. Yeah, I don't think that I actually need to. Yeah. Because you're gonna mod this anyway, so there's actually no point in you doing that at all, since you're just gonna modulus it anyway. We might want to bias the distance. I think that that's probably what we should do. I think we should bias the distance. Like, we can just like literally do just minus 0.1. Yeah. Yeah, maybe this, I mean, this works as far as like helping with the things, but I don't know if it's exactly going to be like the permanent solution for it, because it is pretty harsh. Also, I don't know, the dithering is like a bit, I don't know, a bit obvious and a bit annoying. You know, like it. Kind of meh. If anything, it makes the popping in a bit more obvious with certain things. If we want to, we could actually do it with 3, actually. We could actually do it with 3. We just need diff to be some constant, I guess. We could do LOD dist 2 minus LOD dist 1 to have the same diff, and then dist dost. Just do that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really happy with it, to be honest. You probably only want to do the stochastic dithering with like far away objects, but It's also strange how it isn't really. Yeah, I don't think that we can do it with LOD 0, or if so, it has to be like heavily biased. Yeah, the popping in is still present, and I don't know what to do about it. Yeah, I feel like honestly, to do the dithering, it has to be just like a straight up a far away length from the camera. Like straight up, like if this is greater than like some large value, then we do it. Like if this is greater than 10 or something, I don't know, something like 15 maybe, then you do all of this. Otherwise you just don't bother with it because it's way too obvious. Yeah. The stuff up close we're drawing twice, you know. Yeah, we could just get rid of the stuff that we're drawing twice, but yeah, that did seem better. And just straight up discard, I guess. I don't know. For right now, I guess it's fine. So that works fine, I guess. I don't know. It's okay. I don't know. Maybe the solution is just to literally just pump more chunks out. Like, it's like straight up go to like 14 and then pump this up to 32 and then this up to 42 and then that stays 64. I don't know. Nah, keep this at 24. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I need a bigger stochastic dithering. Maybe I need a bigger matrix than a Bayer. That little band, I don't know what that band is. That's... Maybe I need a bigger bear. Can I get a 16 by 16 bear? Okay, so I have an integer matrix, but I need a... Maybe I just can divide it by 255 to get the thing. Okay, well... Okay, I got it. Okay, we're gonna use this guy's bear to see if we can do it better. What is the formatting for this? Can I literally just do this, or is there some issues that we're gonna run into here with doing this? That's not legal for me to do, right? Yeah, that's not legal for me to do. It's not legal for me to do. I think I need them genuinely in this. I think it needs actually to be this format. I don't know, it's not every day where I that I do arrays like this in GLSL, so okay, that seems to work fine. Okay, now I need to use this instead. and we can do it with 16 now, I'm pretty sure. And then we need to convert the dither val I think you just divide it by 255. Check this out. Hey Helena. Yeah, I know, I can't stream it, unfortunately. I looked up so it's illegal for me to stream it, so. But I'd watch it if I could. I looked it up, and I was very happy to hear all about the stuff that they're gonna be doing, about like the radiation testing stuff. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool indeed. But yeah, I would get sued if I streamed it, unfortunately. So I guess that is a 16 by 16. It's honestly, it's not a lot better than the 4x4. I'm like not gonna lie. It's kind of the same thing. But yeah. Yeah, I think the hard coding the disk thing is probably not that great. Human fly space boat to get Gray Rock. Yeah, I hope that that it's successful so that we can go to the moon again, like land again. That would be pretty cool. That would be pretty sick. Let's make this a V. Let's make this a V dist. Let's do that. Why am I doing a vec4? It's midnight for you? You're dipping to snort like a baby? Alright. Have fun with the lunch. Thanks for stopping in. I will I'll see you later. So instead of Thank you. I hope I will have good luck. Okay. Okay, what was the problem? What's the problem? What did I do? What did I do wrong? What did I do? Oh. that's why. I'm mainly looking at the in the distance. Oh, interesting. We lost the parent, it seems here. Maybe not. I think now that there's now that there's kind of transparency for us to see, it makes some issues more obvious, like the deleting chunks sometimes, because it's children that get deleted, or rather replaced. Let's stop doing this weird janky discarding stuff and just yeah, no, it still is. Yeah, like this just happened. I wonder if that's because of because I changed this. Who's that? It's really me changing the that would cause that big of an issue, really? Is my code that fragile? Shit. I mean, I guess so. Oh, man. Maybe I should turn off the reflections to test this because my computer fucking sucks. Nah, it just got deleted. That chunk just got deleted. It's bad because I coded it bad. Right. Yeah, the deleting the chunks underneath us thing isn't happening anymore. Dude, is it gonna stop, this fucking computer? Is it gonna like let up and stop? Like, Jesus, dude. Yeah, it really hates the water reflections is the problem. Problem with my laptop is that it runs great until it overheats, and there's really nothing I can do about it. There's literally nothing I can do. Literally nothing. So see, that was interesting. See, it's like half of it is dithered and then half of it isn't. Oh, it finally stopped. Nice. Ugh. Yeah, see, it just got deleted and then it... Oh, no, it's not getting deleted. It's just, I think what it is that, oh, yeah. What's interesting is that it should still have a child to interpolate. Should still have a child to interpolate, so. How do I have time to work on side projects? I'm unemployed. That's why. That is why. Yeah, this doesn't work because of this. As if the LOD is 3, then that's the popping in and out that we're seeing, is that it goes from LOD 3 to LOD 2, and then it gets all transparent because You're a genius, bro. Yeah, I mean, tell that to the modern programming job market. I don't know. I don't think anybody wants my skills. They want somebody who uses AI and codes like websites and shit. I don't know. It's kind of hard for somebody with my skills to find a job, to be honest. It's not like my skills, like put my skills into a search engine and, you know, what see what shows up. It's just not really a thing. That's just the way it goes, though. See, it's that ring out there, that black ring. It's what we're worried about. It's not a smooth. Okay, so I probably did this wrong. Hold on a second. Wait, this isn't... No. No, this should be... Only -1, so if 3 it goes 2, and now both are at 2. But 2 is referencing 1? Let's try this. I don't know. Let's try that. Let's try that. Yeah, that kind of makes sense, I guess. I don't know. I think that I indexed it wrong. It still has that black ring, but now it's farther away. No, there's 2 black rings. Maybe we have to clamp D. Let's just get rid of this and then see it. See that when it pops in, it's so strange that it's all black. I wonder if that's because it's... Like some of this stuff is just pure white. Did I upload this right to the GPU? Like, I'm honestly wondering at this point if I uploaded this wrong. I don't know, just to be sure, I guess. I don't know. I shouldn't need to rebind it every time like that. That's not the issue though. Let's try something. I have a sneaking suspicion that some children are not labeled children, or that some parents are labeled children. Interesting. Yeah, this is perfect now. I don't know why the distance is just white and black. Like the white is interesting. The white is interesting. I have no clue why that would be the case. Maybe it's actually because of us doing this instead of this. Because this is how it's actually supposed to be. Huh. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is the children messing it up again. Yeah. There's some chunks though, once again, that just get white. Like even just with the parent stuff. I wonder if that white stuff is LOD 3. Just discard all 3. Want to see where that white is coming from? The White of the Eye. Good movie. Very underrated movie. Saw it on Criterion a while ago. It's a very good movie. Very interesting. I wrote like a mini kind of paper on it. Not really like a paper, but I guess having the discards probably might be throwing us off, I guess. I don't know. I guess we could abs it, I guess, and then see if it's because if it's negative, you would never want it to be negative per se. Like Christ, the water was deep there. Jesus. Okay, now it seems to be pretty smooth. The dark stuff does definitely exist, though. What's annoying is that it should be in rings, and it's not in rings. Progress on the game, it now works more shitty. Really? Why? 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 Oh, I guess that there's no guarantee that the dist is actually... Oh. I guess there's no guarantee that the dist is actually inside of a certain range, huh? Ah, shit. Why does it work more shitty? Gemini cook some parts. I cook more parts. Nice. The questions are generated wrong. Why? Is it Gemini's fault? If so, I'm happy. That's what it is. Damn AI generation, not making Max's fucking Who Wants to Be a Millionaire dream a reality. Damn AI. Fuck AI, bro. So true. So true. I wonder if that black stuff is LOD 3. No, it isn't. It wouldn't be LOD 3 because we are discarding those. So it's obviously LOD 2 or something. That would be LOD 2, I think. It's either 1 or 2. Maybe it is 1 actually. What the fuck? What the fuck, bro? It had one job. Give me one of the questions. Let's see if I can do it. They launched nice. I'm glad that it was successful. Now it's like all of them are fucked up. Why is everything gray? What happened? We're in the afterlife now. No, I'm just debugging it. The gray is the gradients of the distance between us and the thing that we're trying to debug, so that we can fade out things into the distance. But I have mathematically fucked it up wrong, so that's why we're having some issues. Yeah, I mean, if you clamp it at 0, the distance 0. Yeah, I think that's actually probably right. It's probably right. It just seems wrong in the debug output, but that's probably just it's eyelid time. All right, have a peace out. Peace out. Max, I need that question. I'm gonna need that question. Holy shit, bro. Everything is so fucking fucked up. What the fuck? What the fuck happened? What? Oh, I'm not doing children. That would be the key thing here. But we have no clue if with the children it's gonna work. We forgot to debug that. So back to the drawing board for this. The whole children not working thing might actually be a problem with the chunking system, and if it is, then, well, then we're gonna have a bridge to cross when we get to it. See, the black stuff is fucked up, but I think that the black stuff is fucked up because it's just clamped to 0. So I have a feeling that that's actually not a problem with the children. It's just, it might just be, oh, we didn't do LOD -1. That would be why. That's the key thing for children, is that the LOD -1 sort of thing. That is the key thing for children. Shout out Artemis. I just saw the launch. It's very cool. Very neat. Very cool, very neat indeed. See, that came really close. The black stuff seems like it's, Do you think the black stuff is LOD3 or? It's either the black stuff is LOD3 or it's I thought that it would just discard the fragments, but maybe that just turns out to be black, or no, it's not. I'm pretty sure that the black stuff is when it's clamped to 0, meaning that the distance is negative for the thing. So in that case, huh, I've got no clue. The code's cooked? My code? Yeah, it's cooked. It is pretty cooked, brother. I'm right there with you. It's cooking a machine. It's cooked like a spaghetti. No, mine? No, well, I'm right there with you, my friend. What is the black stuff, bro? Is the black stuff LOD3 or what? Is it LOD1? Oh, I still have LOD3 discard here. That could have something to do with it. Could have something to do with it, my friend. Doseki. Something? He said something about a friend, right? That's not just me going crazy. What is the black stuff? Max, I need the question. I'm gonna need the question, sir. Sir, I'm gonna need to see some ID on the questions. Okay, I have a theory. I have a theory. My theory is not correct. We still have a bunch of black stuff. Fuck, dude. What LOD is it? What LOD is it? If LOD is 2, discard. If LOD is 1, discard. Questions don't work fine. They aren't registering. Well, if they don't get registered, then they don't get drafted. So true. Now we check LOD 1. I really thought that this would just work once I got it figured out. Okay, so there is no specific LOD. There's no specific LOD. This one seems to kind of work better, but there is no specific LOD. If I'm going nuclear on this. I'm going nuclear on it. This program messed with the wrong dustmite. I'm fucking pissed off. Oh, come on, bro. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Are you telling me that color is a... What are we talking about? What are we talking about, my friend? What is the problem? You're lying that color is a vec3, by the way. You're not lying that color is a vec3, but yeah, it is a vec3. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Okay, now it's a vec3. Can you shut up now? Can you shut up now? Okay, there we go. Now compile, please. Please compile, please. Please compile, please. Please compile, please. Okay. Okay, but this doesn't actually fix any of the problems that were. The black stuff seems to be. Dude, do you think that the black stuff might be LOD 0? I managed to make the code register a no answer as the correct answer. That's the control you have over your program. That's just called being a programmer. I think it might be LOD 0. Maybe we shouldn't abs it. Maybe abs is the wrong. Is being a programmer so frequently demoralizing? Yes, it's painful. Yeah, it sucks, bro. Welcome to the club. Especially if you do it on stream, man. Then you're really in it. Do you know how many times I've been fucking embarrassed live? It happens less now. But man. Man. Shit used to fucking suck. What is the black stuff? What is the black stuff? Seriously. What? How do I even, like, what? The black stuff means that D is 0. Maybe it's the wrong LOD, but then like, the fuck? I'm about to lose it. I'm about to punch me in the face. Compiler shows you 0 errors, 0 problems with the code does fuck all. Yeah, I mean, that's just, you programmed it wrong. You know, the compiler can't fix your program, you know, programming wise. Okay, we aren't drawing children. We aren't drawing children. That's the problem. That is the problem right there. We did not draw the children. That's the life of a programmer. You should read some of the code I wrote earlier today. That shit is enough to make a grown man cry. See, it's that popping in and out. See, it like, yeah. It's that stuff. Yep. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty hungry, and I think that is kind of fucking with the whole operation here. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I think that's like a big part of the problem for me. Just personally speaking. Another big problem is that we aren't drawing any children, which is also like a big, it is putting a damper on things. I think that you just clamp it after, bro. I think you just clamp that shit after, and you just don't do that. You don't max it. See, max you're in the code base. Oh, hold on a second. This is negative. This is supposed to be, no it isn't. Don't, you're stupid. You're stupid, and stop being stupid. You're stupid. Stop being stupid, you stupid idiot. Why does everything look shit? Oh, because I didn't recompile. Oh, because I didn't recompile. Oh, snapper. Oh, fuck off. What did I do? Oh. So true. I did fuck that up. I'm hungry. I have to eat something. I have to eat something or else I'm gonna die. I'm gonna fucking die. I'm gonna die right here, right now. Okay. I'm gonna take a break after this. Compile. God, I feel like I did nothing today. Fuck. Another day like this, dude. Like, come on. Come on. Come on, come on. Come on. Yeah, like, what the fuck is that? The fuck? fuck was that, man? Yeah, the flickering and the ugh. Ugh. Okay, man. Fuck off. Yeah, I don't think that the code is wrong. I think that the chunking system is still fucked, which is a real big bummer because I don't know how to fix it. So, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna take a break and get some snack. And that's what I'm gonna do. I'm really hungry, so I'm gonna eat a snack and then I'll come back and I'll try to, I don't know. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna keep the coffee break on the screen because I'm about to eat some chips and talk. Alright, I have a plan. Each mesh is going to get a unique ID. That's the solution. That way, we know when we free a parent, that we're freeing a parent of the same mesh. That's what we're gonna do. That's the only way to do it. Every mesh gets a unique ID. That's how we're gonna do it. That's the solution. Okay. I'm ready. Honestly, I need to wash my hands. All right. So the key observation here, the key observation is that every single chunk always enters from this one point in the code. This one point. Therefore, as long as we put here that these chunks get a certain ID, then we'll always know which chunk is which. So, inside of chunk data, we need to put a UID. Each chunk will have a UID. And that's what we're gonna do. I had an epiphany. It's not really an epiphany. I don't even know if it's going to work, but we have to give it a shot. We need a global. We need that global. UDI. Okay, so when we are deleting chunks, we want to always check. We want to check if this chunk, LOD plus 1C, UID has to equal the parent. Has to equal the parent. And therefore, we don't even want to check if it's a child or not. We just want to check if the UID matches. And if the UID matches, then we have to free it. It's that simple. It's that simple. Although technically they should all be child, but whatever. For our purposes, for clarity of the code, we are just going to do this. Therefore, we never touch UIDs anywhere else. We only assign them there. We just check them. We just check them. So we're going to check it here. So if the UIDs match, then that has to be, then you have to free it there. Only if the UIDs match. Okay, cool. This is much cleaner. I'm much happier with this. This is LOD plus 1. I don't know why I didn't do this earlier, but it's never too late to admit that you were wrong and that the smarter person is now sitting in the chair. It's never too late to do that. It's too late to apologize. Something, right? It's actually like a really good harmony in that song. On the Too Late. It's very, very good harmony. I hate the song, but good harmony right there. I do hate the song though, so that is a thing. So now we don't give a shit about this. All we care about is the UID. All about the UID, man. All about the UID. If this fails, then the only option is that we don't have enough of the UID actually. The only thing that could make sense, right, is that we need to do more replacements with the UID. But for now, I think it's fine. Is this the exact same thing? No, it isn't. No, it isn't. This is the child. Yeah. So this is similar here, but it's not the same thing. Different names for the same thing. We are checking if the UID equals. Oh, this one's a special case because this one is guaranteed to be the thing. This is guaranteed because we have it here. And now the only thing we do is with LODK, this needs to have a UID that is the same as this. We need to get the UID from this thing before we destroy it. And then that UID is what we put into here. And we assert it on both of them. We assert it on both of them. Holy shit, I'm locked the fuck in and we are about to finish this. We're about to lay this to bed. Okay, we're about to finish this. I have a feeling in my fucking bones. Okay, same thing here. We need an int UID equals the replacement UID from here. And then this gets that UID. Okay. And now we check everywhere for the UID when we free. Literally everywhere for the UID. Everything gets checked. Okay. I mean, send me to the moon so I can lay among the stars. Let me see what life is like on Jupiter and Mars. Take me to the moon so I can play among the stars. Let me see what life is like on Jupiter or Mars. In other words, I love you. And so I'm offering a simple phrase. Yeah, that's the same song. It's a Christmas song. It's literally a Christmas song. So I'm offering a simple phrase. It's the same. It's the same melody, but okay. Is this the solution? Did it solve it, or I think it did? But oh shit, the fuck was that? I don't know if it's the dithering being stupid or if it's incorrect. I can't tell. So I'm just gonna turn off the dithering nonsense. I think if we're talking like being honest here, I think the dithering is probably good like really far in the distance, but that it's probably not good for the other LODs to do it. I think that this is probably the solution. We just have to refine it. Now this looks completely clean. This looks absolutely like up to code. Like a business inspector could come, or you know, whatever, and they would. I remember the restaurant I used to work at when we got inspected or whatever. That was crazy. We had to like stop, drop, and roll because nothing was up to code. Yeah. Yeah. I remember quite a few times when the food was moldy. Yeah. I worked at a like a charcuterie place, so like a fancy deli, a very fancy deli for like rich people. And so the whole concept of the thing was that we had food on display that you could that we would cut on the slicer and then slice it up by hand and then give it to you or whatever. But because it was on display, it would often go get old fast. So sometimes even within 4 days, the meat, depending on the meat. And yeah, there were a few times where we would come in the morning and just look at it, and then it seemed all right, you know, and then somebody asks for it, and then I would pick it up, and then I would know that it's not good. It's I would just feel it, and I would be ah shit, damn. You just seen the look on their faces when I take the meat and then I throw it in the garbage and then I go to the back. Oh my god. It the look of just pure horror. Man. What a story. What a fucking story. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway, that place got shut down after I left, but yeah. It did get shut down. I don't know if it got shut down they ran out of money or what. I think they probably ran out of money. They just couldn't make it without me. You don't actually know how true that statement is. I was one of the 2 employees that worked there. I was we were the only key holders for the store. And so when I left New York, my coworker literally left also. And we were the only 2 people that actually ran the store. And they closed months after we left. So I know you're saying that as a joke, but that's literally what happened. Because I worked 6 days a week from open to close there. And I worked my ass off, you know? So, yeah, that's literally what happened. I mean, yeah, it's just... It was weird because, I don't know, she didn't pay me very well, and so no one else wanted the job. Like, I was literally, like, earning, like, above minimum wage, so, like, 17 an hour. To literally... I both hired and trained somebody, and I basically ran the store on the weekends because no one else wanted to work. So... It was a chain restaurant? No, it was just this one... It was ran by this one spoiled woman. You know, rich kind of trust fund kid. And yeah, she just definitely did not, you know. Alright. Well, that's good, Max. See you later. Okay, so why was it not showing the fucking thing? It's supposed to have the V color was supposed to be... Oh, because I did this. Because it was lesbian. Yeah, I don't feel bad for her because she, like, totally was, like, a douche. You know, she would just, like, constantly, like, threaten to fire me and stuff because I was, like, late to work, like, once, like, literally, like, I was late to work once. It was also, like, I was, like, half homeless while I was working there, so I was, like, literally, like, sometimes just, like, didn't have the ability to show up on time one specific time, you know, and she just, like, fucking lost it, you know. Can't test the code because I used up my free tickets today. What are you talking? Are you talking about some AI nonsense, Max? Come on. You're preaching to the choir on this AI nonsense. If that's AI, then that's crazy. I mean, I put Gemini into the code. Why would you put AI into your code? Display each LODs is a different color. Yeah, you're right. I actually already have that, but I got rid of it. But here, this is it. We can just like multiply it, and then we're really debugging. Now we're really debugging. Now we're really debugging. Are we gonna get unique AI generated questions otherwise? Bro, just create some sort of API. I don't know. Wow, there's a lot of red. Red is LOD 1, I think. What? The fuck is this? Wait. Bro. What? That's insane that it requires it to work. Bro, just generate the questions and then put them in a database. Just like literally just download that shit so that you can do it offline. So you don't have to do tokens every time. Bro. Just literally go to ChatGPT right now and be like, I need some questions. I don't know. Okay, I don't know why this didn't work. And it says everything is LOD 0 when it's not. which is concerning. Very concerning. Okay. Yeah, but you gotta debug it. You gotta debug it. So for debugging purposes, I'm telling you right now, what's gonna save your little noggin is some database that you can draw from. Okay, so what you're telling me is that all of these are LOD 1s and we have nothing that's... What the fuck are we talking about? This is so confusing. Is it because I'm multiplying and they don't like multiplying? Like what? Okay, alright, peace out, Max. Good luck in school and shit. Okay. It's very surprising how little not LOD1 we have. It's kind of impressive to some extent that there's such little. I feel like that has to be a mistake. Well, there's no LOD3. Do I discard LOD3? Is that why? No, I don't. I don't discard anything. Huh. Strange. Huh. Okay, well, that sucks. I mean, I think that it's working okay. But I mean, I guess that maybe we need a greater chunk radius then. Maybe our chunk radius isn't good enough. Maybe we need to like set that shit to like 8 or 9. Alright, that might be a bit overzealous. That might be a bit overzealous. Because that affects a lot. That affects a lot. Ah, shit. Oh, God. We have to GDB it immediately. I don't know why it would break. Why is the radius so sucky? Oh, we probably just like literally out of space in the array. Oh. Job count. Got you. Yeah, the job count is definitely... would definitely... So this max chunks value is probably gonna have to like come up to like 1k, maybe even more. Well, that's max chunk times 4. Yeah, honestly, I expected the 16 by 16 Bayer to work better. I mean, it looks okay. It's just, I just don't really know if it's like a long-term solution. Did we segfault again? I'm going to assume it's the exact same thing. So Maybe I should stop raising this and then just make that max chunks list instead. Why does that not come up? Max chunk list. I don't really know if that's correct either, but I have to also change the mem set. Yes, I know. I did this in a very shitty manner. I know I did not really think far ahead about what I was writing before I wrote it. Okay, let's see if this still segfaults. I should really try and figure out like how many things there would be. It's 9 by 9 by 9, I suppose. But we're only pushing things that are within frustum. So really, how many bags of beans are we talking here? Apparently a lot. Apparently a lot. We're still out of bounds at the same place. That's what we're trying to figure out. Really, 4,000? Really? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. And we have that many jobs, huh? That many jobs. That many things are within frustum, really. Okay. Now, I completely get you on that. You know what else is something that I just realized is that we never actually figured out how to deal with empty chunks. By the way, we have empty chunks underneath the ground and in the air that are valid chunks that are getting drawn. They're not actually getting drawn, but they are taking up space in arrays and like time. And I never figured it out because I realized that it was going to be painful to figure out. It's strangely hard to figure out because it's all on the GPU, so I can't actually like transfer the data easily at all. It literally, like, I already tried reading back for each chunk that we create. It just blocks the entire pipeline so much that it just fucking breaks. So yeah, that sucks. Holy shit, we did it. Okay, but we still don't have any LOD 3. Or maybe we do, and there's no LOD 1? Like, what color did I put for... What did I put for the color? I put that one as... I put this one... Let's do basic colors because I'm too stupid to know what is what. Alright, so that's blue. So that would be blue. Maybe 3 only exists as children. Maybe we don't minus it for children. And then we let children be their actual color. Should create a lot of aliasing issues with different colors over each other if it's correct. Okay, good. That is what we expected to see. A lot of beautiful bloom happening. See that didn't have a child. So some stuff still doesn't have children. Oh, so there's some blue. There's some blue. I wonder why we get what the problem is with our distance. Like we should have more space. I wonder if somehow, like with a larger radius, we should be seeing a lot further than this. Like this is only like 5 chunks in front of us. We should be seeing 9. So like it seems like a much, unless I'm looking at it wrong, but like it feels like incorrect. So I don't know if it's on the rendering side that's the problem or what. Huh, you know what? 3 is never getting filled. That's what I was thinking. Or yeah, 3 is never getting filled. 3 is just full of free things. So that's interesting. Huh. Wonder why that is. Like, do I ever get into here? That's the first question. I would assume that we do, and then we like discard it somehow. Oh shit. Things at the lowest LOD don't have children and will never have children. So we don't actually need to do the second check here. So and LOD is less than LOD max minus 1. That's what it is. It's complicated. I can't really, it's gonna take forever for me to even explain what that is, but basically when we are inserting a brand new chunk, we verify the fact that we can find another slot for the child LOD. However, for obviously the lowest LOD, we're never going to find a child. So What editor is this? Is Helix. It is Helix. Every time I say Helix, every single time, I think about that guy that said, like on one of my first streams, this guy said, Helix these nuts. You know, and now that's just stuck in my fucking conscience. Like every time, every single day of my life. Seriously. So this didn't fix it actually. That did not fix it. What does this match do? That should work. This should just skip it. Maybe it's not this then. Yeah, I assumed that would be it. So that's what like makes sense to me. When I'm doing freeze, is there any chance that we just like simply skip over? No, this is it definitely gets put onto freeze because we're obviously looking at it on the free list. So, So we just unless we just don't have jobs for those things. Let's just prove it right now before we just like start fucking pretending to know what's happening. So let's just check that the LOD equals 3 that we get into here. So let's just print out a bunch of nonsense. I was going to type a bunch of nonsense, but then that was like way too that'd be way too much effort. Way too much effort. Okay, so let's see if we get anything. Okay, so we're getting a bunch of nonsense. That's a bunch of nonsense. That's a lot, actually. So we do get both Abichonov and Higadofu. So we get both of them 100%. We get a lot of Abichonov. We get a lot of it. We get a lot of it, and none of it gives us. So let's just get rid of heading a config. Four minus 1, believe it or not, is. Yeah, I mean that's correct. We should not be entering into there. We can prove it by just going like, you know, I don't know, just like print something else out here and then just like prove it, but I don't know. If found K, then active equals false, and then we break out. Oh shit. This. You have to add here the special case. You have to add the special case there. the special K serial. There we go. Okay, now we can get chunks into the far off distance. That was surprisingly annoying because I had coded things in a surprisingly annoying manner. So, slightly further into the distance than we did beforehand. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, to be honest. It should be longer, I think. Also, we're still getting chunks without children. We're still getting chunks without children. Reminds me of chunks without children. It may think of fucking Words Without Borders by Peter Gabriel. Deep cut, good song. Yeah, so this doesn't seem to go off into the distance as much as I thought. So these are our current chunks, and so at 3 we have a dist of 41. 96 384.12 is our furthest chunk, and the cam is at 113 349.2. 113 349.2. Yeah, that doesn't seem far enough at all. 349, 113 349. That doesn't seem far enough at all. This dist is 41, which in the case of our iteration, chunk radius, which is 9 times 12 would be the entire thing. So unless I hard coded it somewhere, which I actually don't think I did, then there must be something that is causing us to not iterate the full thing, or if we do iterate the full thing, then what is start pause? Start pause is the can pause or the chunk, the cam chunk center. Our radius is 9, so it should be, the furthest chunk should really be like something like 100 from us, but and we have plenty slots for 3. So we have 60. Maybe we're just out of space. I don't know. I don't think so, but maybe it's just really like that. Maybe it's just simply we're out of space. Okay, there we go. Now we have it. And glorious. Cool. I like that. I like that. I know that it's hard to see with all the fucking, you know, all the color and shit. I completely understand that. Honestly, having the LODs as its own, as each color is kind of makes it hard to see, to be honest, because I need to know the children versus the non-children. So I think that there are still some bugs, but it's much more stable now than it was before. Oh yeah, we're really feeling it right now in terms of the lag. Basically, I have two ways of running this. I can run it on my GPU and on the other GPU. And running it on the NVIDIA GPU obviously is good, but it also overheats my fucking laptop. So there's also that. So I wanted to do it like this, but it is pretty slow, not gonna lie. I'm just looking for any green that doesn't have orange on it. That's what I'm doing. I think I just want to see, I need to have LOD 3 as its own color just so that we don't get confused. I also kind of want to make this, like, I don't know, it's kind of slow as fuck rendering all of it, to be honest. So probably just like bring this back down to 80 or something. I don't know. But like change the amount of this, I guess. Probably be good. I probably have to dip soon. It's like 8. But I'm gonna keep working on this. I might come back later. I have a feeling that I'm gonna be up for a while. Typical for me. You know. Because I want to get this better. I think that it's pretty much solved. But the green, you see the green on top of the blue? That's the stuff that I'm worried about. Oh, actually oh, no, never mind. I should be worried about it. Yeah, I don't subtract 1. I should be subtracting 1. I should be subtracting 1. That's my bad. That is my bad. Fun stream today. I didn't get a lot of work done, but I liked it. Good time. Good time. I don't know what I want to work on next. It'd be cool if some little 3D artist came my way and was like, hey, I want to make some, I don't know, something. That'd be cool. In terms of like a model for something. But I guess we can just play pretend for now. I guess I could make it or whatever. Yeah, there we go. Classic, classic. Right on time. Right on time, man. I could turn it on performance mode and but then you would have the fan, hear the high-pitched fan noise all the time, which is what I try to avoid on stream. I try to avoid annoying the fuck out of my viewers. Okay, so I think overall really solid. I just want to go check the dithering again now with everything kind of squared away and just see what it looks like. So that's what I'm going to check out next. But I'll be gone soon. I might come back though, because I think I'm going to be up for a while, to be honest. Alright, peace out, Arya. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, oh yeah, I forgot, that's why it was different colors. I forgot to get rid of this. Okay. Let's not like worry about the stuff that's near the camera. Let's just worry about the stuff in the distance. That's really what we care about here. Stuff near the camera, we shouldn't even have the dithering on, and we can mask it out later. What I'm really worried about is what's in the distance, if it looks good. And honestly, so far it looks amazing. So that's I think that's a win for us. Yeah, there just isn't a lot of popping in and out that I'm seeing right now. It's just pretty smooth interpolation throughout the entire field. So I think that that's a pretty big win. It took a long time to get to this point, so I think fairly happy with it. It is kind of hard to tell in terms of seeing into the distance. I think I'm not really sure about the third LOD level, if it's even showing up really. It might just not be, which would definitely suck, but yeah, not sure what to do about that. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do about that. Yeah. Hey man, what sort of projects did you start to learn C? When I like learn a new language, I do like the same sort of projects. I do like a Sudoku solver and some, basic stuff like that. And then, just to do the syntax and stuff. But in terms of like what projects did I actually learn C with, like in terms of like bigger things, like I guess I did a bunch of like OpenGL stuff. Like I wanted to do computer graphics at that point, so I did that Lenia project, the 2D Lenia project that I don't have it uploaded anywhere, but that was like 2 years ago. And after that I kept on making graphical things until I ended up doing my game engine, right? And that was the big one. But before that, I mean, just like the smaller projects here and there. It's kind of what I did. So that's pretty much it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that it necessarily works bad. It's just that this, I don't think that this is, that we're not getting any LOD3 in it. So I think that the whole distance thing is broken for it. Oh, we do see it. We do see it. It just, I think maybe we don't apply it to LOD3 since, yeah, we shouldn't apply it to LOD3. The reason why we shouldn't apply it to LOD3 is because it doesn't even have a child to interpolate with. So that's why it looks weird. Like, we should just like skip it. We should just do if LOD doesn't equal 3. Just do this. I'm sorry, I'm just working really fast because I'm going to get out of here soon. But I may come back later. I have a feeling that I'm going to be up for a while, so I just had a coffee and I don't know what else I'm going to work on, but yeah. Yeah, that looks better. Yeah, I mean, some level of popping in feels impossible to avoid. Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, the stuff that's in the like more distance E is alright, but yeah, probably have to play around with it more. We can skip the things next to near the camera, it's fine, but yeah, I'll probably just have to play around with it. I have no clue. At least I fixed the bugs with the chunking though, you know, like that's the main thing I guess that matters. You could just do it like for LOD3, LOD2 and 1, for example. And we could expand the ranges of LOD2 and 1 so that it's not just yeah, and the distance that doesn't look too bad, I think. That doesn't look too bad at all. Yeah, it is kind of shitty when LOD0 comes in and then it just kind of demolishes the whole thing. Looks good now. Great progress. Thanks. Yeah, I'm just working on getting the LODs to actually like fade in nicely. It's kind of hard. I want to learn CPP. I've heard that graphics is very good for learning if you can actually get through it. Only thing I know is it's hard. I don't know. To be honest, like, I was having this argument in our Discord the other day. It's like, not an argument, but you know, I was making this argument that I don't think like graphics programming is hard. It's all the stuff that isn't graphics programming inside of graphics programming that's hard. Like the math is hard, and the memory shit and the memory layout and all of the algorithms that you have to end up implementing, you know, like that's the stuff that's hard. But the actual like graphics code of like uploading buffers to OpenGL and pressing draw and learning the API, that's the easy part. That's the brain dead part, you know. And so I'd say like graphics programming isn't hard, it's just the programming that's hard, you know, if that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, and it's doing what it's supposed to, but yeah, I don't know if I'm ever going to completely do it good. It also it would look a lot smoother, I think, without this, but you do kind of wonder about what's going to happen with LOD 0. I think instead of just skipping out on LOD 0 completely, I think I might do it based on distance to the camera so that it isn't so harsh. Like the stuff like over there should have dithering, I think, when it comes popping in. And we could bias it, I guess. Yeah. I don't know, it's difficult. It's definitely difficult. I might also look at like if there are any different, like, see that you can kind of see through it. It's like, yeah. So I still have to do work on it. Makes sense, but I guess that means you'll know the language well. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's really necessarily about learning the language. It's just like becoming a better programmer, you know? Like, C at the end of the day, it's just, you know, it's very easy. C is very easy, you know? It's, so, I don't think that learning C is really about learning C rather than, you know, learning how to program, you know? Like, learning how to program is learning C, you know? You need very basic C++ to write even very complex renders. Yeah, I mean, you don't... Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, it's not the language. It's the programming. That's the hard part. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna peace out. Thanks for hanging out. And I might be back later. I probably won't ping the Discord, but just probably gonna work in silence and try to continue getting this stuff ironed out, I guess. I don't know. I might try and do some research on different LED fading techniques. This one is actually used in like NVIDIA ray tracing stuff, and so I read an article about it, about stochastic gradient descent. No, stochastic dithering. You know, and it works, but I don't know. It's so touchy. So, all right. Peace out.